Chapter 305. Nevertheless, Gu Nianji obediently sat on the computer chair next to Zhao Liangze and turned on his large server-equipped desktop to run the program. Brother Zhe, what program is this? Gu Nianji saw the phone number Zhao Liangze had entered and her heart skipped a beat. This was He Guanyuan's private phone number, did you forget? Just give your brother Zhe a phone number and he'll be able to get his entire fortune. Zhao Liangze knocked Gu Nianji's forehead. Hurry up and work. Gu Nianji couldn't maintain her ladle-like image in front of them. She rolled her eyes and stared at the program running on the screen. After an hour, it was less than 10% complete. At this rate, her eyes were going to turn into crossed eyes. Gu Nianji's hands itched and pulled out Zhao Liangze's source program. After reading it, she made a few changes to optimize the program and speed up the search. When she started running again, it was 50% complete in half an hour. Gu Nianji called Zhao Liangze over proudly and pulled his ear to make him look at the computer screen. I improved it. Call me big sister. Oh my god. You really improved it. Zhao Liangze quickly pulled out the source program and read it again. He was speechless for a long time and finally called Gu Nianji obediently, big sister. Gu Nianji was so shocked she almost fell off the computer chair. What's wrong? You can't take it anymore. Zhao Liangze continued to grin and patted her shoulder. Nianji, come with me. Brother Zhe promises to teach you everything he knows. You'll be my first and last disciple. I, Zhao Liangze, will only take one disciple in my life, and that's Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji snorted with laughter. Okay, Brother Zhe, stop joking. You just called me big sister and now you want to take me as your disciple. That's not how you take advantage of me. They joked for a while and suddenly heard the computer chime. The program had finished running. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze turned around, their hearts pounding. An image of a phone appeared on the screen. It meant they had found the target phone. This phone still has battery. Zhao Liangze's voice trembled as he quickly entered new commands. He really didn't expect that they would encounter something that he had decided to give Gu Nianji something to do on the spur of the moment. He didn't even think that there would be a result. As long as there was electricity, the mobile phone would be connected to the satellite system. Whether it was switched on or not, and whether there was a number or not, there would be a signal. This was the natural characteristic of the mobile phone. Soon, Zhao Liangze's program connected to the phone number they were looking for and hacked into the phone. Gu Nianji didn't even dare to raise her voice. She carefully asked Zhao Liangze, Brother Zhe, do you really think no one else is using that phone number? No. Zhao Liangze frowned as he stared at the computer screen. It has always belonged to that phone. I haven't paid for so many years. I can't believe the mobile company that's used to sucking blood didn't sell this account. Gu Nianji sighed. He Guanyuan's identity is different. His private phone should also be confidential, Zhao Liangze explained to her. Usually, this kind of phone will never change its number. Even if it's down, this number won't be used by anyone else. Gu Nianji understood. That's better. It's more convenient for us. Soon, the model of He Guanyuan's private phone appeared on the computer screen, along with the information stored on it. There were many phone call records and text messages. It was almost identical to the information printed out by the mobile company. What's going on? Gu Nianji was anxious. They had put in so much effort. If they were proven to be heading in the wrong direction, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Hurry up and download all the content. Zhao Liangze quickly typed in a command. This phone actually still has electricity. That's amazing. Even the rare graphene battery could only last for 10 years. It had already been 16 years. Maybe the person who stole the phone charged it. Gu Nianji didn't think much of it, but when she thought about it, she found it unbelievable. Think about it. Charging it once for 10 years. Charging it again means it can last another 10 years. But if the phone was really stolen the year Luo Xinchua passed away and then charged, it should be 10 years now. It should be running out of battery soon, right? Oh. Oh my God. That's scary. Zhao Liangze rolled his eyes at her. His fingers flew as he typed in a series of commands. The local content stored on He Guanyuan's private phone was quickly downloaded. There were now 2 records in front of them. One was from the mobile company. It counted as the original. The other was the phone's local content. It counted as a copy. The 2 wouldn't be exactly the same. Usually, the content provided by the mobile company would be more complete because the local content could be deleted or lost. It should be less than the content records provided by the mobile company. Here, run this search program again. Zhao Liangze opened another program for Gunyinji. This program can compare the 2 records to see if you can find any differences. Gunyinji nodded. She looked at the computer-run program while looking at the phone's local record. She compared it with the mobile company's record in her memory. Soon after, Gunyinji suddenly rubbed her eyes. She thought she was seeing things. She looked at the phone's local record, then at the mobile company's record. After confirming she wasn't seeing things, Gunyinji circled a few parts of the phone's local record. She asked Zhao Liangze with a strange expression, "Brother Zhe, have you ever seen a phone receive a set of text messages, but the mobile company doesn't record it?" "What do you mean?" "Look at the phone's local record. It was received 6 years after the accident, which was a few days before Luo Xinchua's death." Gunyinji then showed the mobile company's record. And the mobile company's records show that He Guanyuan's phone hasn't had any call or text records since the accident. In other words, He Guanyuan's private phone suddenly received a set of text messages 6 years after the accident. The mobile company had no record of sending or receiving this set of text messages. If one text message didn't match, it could be said that the mobile company had a bug in their program. But for several days, the mobile company had no record of receiving the same set of data messages every day. This couldn't be explained by a bug in the program. Zhao Liangze's expression became serious. At that moment, the computer's search program also ended. It showed the same findings as Gunyinji. In other words, He Guanyuan's private phone received another set of text messages 6 years after the accident, but the mobile company had no record of receiving any text messages. From the perspective of a mobile company, this situation was impossible. Because He Guanyuan's private phone had been shut down a long time ago, and no one had paid for it, the mobile company would no longer provide service for this number. So how did the set of text messages on He Guanyuan's phone's local record bypass the mobile company's base station network to receive them? This was the second watch. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Hu Xiaoheng, who never hesitated, paused for a moment, but he quickly cast aside his concerns and said calmly, "This is the place where Sea City's magnetic field was abnormal 6 years ago." His gaze fell on Gunyinji's face. "It was there that I saved Nyinji." Gunyinji hadn't expected this case to be related to her in such a roundabout way. She was quiet for a moment before asking. "But 6 years ago, 4 years had passed since Luo Xinchua passed away. How do you explain this gap? 10 years ago, Luo Xinchua was murdered. 4 years after her death, which was 6 years ago, Sea City's magnetic field had been abnormal. The timeline of the entire incident should be like this." Hu Xiaoheng turned on the computer and entered a few dates. 16 years ago, the Institute of High Energy Physics and the military had an accident during an experiment. Almost everyone died, including the chief engineer, Song Haichuan, who was also my maternal grandfather. My uncle, He Guanyuan, was a senior colonel in the military. In the end, only my mother was pushed out of the building and survived, but she had serious mental and memory problems. Gu Nianji added, yes, and then 10 years ago, Luo Xinchu allegedly found out that her late husband loved someone else and committed suicide out of depression. A few days before her suicide, Wu Guanyuan's personal phone accidentally received a set of text messages. The mobile company didn't have any records of this set of text messages. Yes, and then 6 years ago, Bai Jini reported to the military that an abnormal magnetic field had been observed somewhere in Sea City. She wanted to go there to collect magnetic field data and repeat the experiment from that year. However, the experiment failed before it even started because Nianji's car broke in and caused a huge explosion, destroying the magnetic field. Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed as he spoke methodically. At the same time, he listed the dates on the computer. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang stared at the time records on Hu Xiaoheng's computer and also discovered the connection. How did Bai Jini know about the abnormal magnetic field changes in Sea City? Zhao Liangze had once attempted to write a program to observe the magnetic field of the entire blue planet in real time. Later, because the data was too large, there was no suitable computer CPU that could handle such a large amount of data, so he gave up. I used to think that Bai Jini really had some skills. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Now I know that's not the case. She must have a cheat code. A cheat code? You mean Hu Guanyuan's personal phone? Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, but she quickly fell into deep thought. But how would Bai Jini know what this set of data represents? This set of data should be very familiar to them, Hu Xiaoheng explained to them. Hu Xiaoheng explained to them, I used to see them using this coordinate data on my mother's computer. Okay. Yin Shixiang nodded. At least this proves that this phone is very likely to be in Bai Jini's hands. But the evidence we found wasn't obtained through normal channels. It can't be used as evidence in court. Gu Nianji was in a difficult position. Is there any way to search Bai Jini's house for this phone? We need a search warrant. Zhao Liangze looked at Hu Xiaoheng. I can locate this phone before it's too late. Okay, there's no time to lose. Locate the phone immediately. I'll apply for a search warrant from the court. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Seeing that he didn't object, she immediately made a decision. Zhao Liangze ran his program again. This time, he quickly found Hu Guanyuan's personal phone and immediately turned on the GPS system. Hu Guanyuan's personal phone was an old model from 20 years ago. Its location wasn't as sensitive as the new model, but Zhao Liangze had his own optimized GPS program and the help of the Nanda satellite system. After 3 hours of difficult adjustments, he finally determined the phone's location. Looking at these coordinates, it should be in Bai Jini's office at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Gu Nianji looked at the location map. I'll apply for a search warrant from the court immediately. The search warrant application was finally approved at noon the next day. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze rode together in the car and followed the police to the office of the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. They wanted to see them search with their own eyes. This was the first watch. Just a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon. Chapter 307. The police officers came out of the Institute of High Energy Physics director's office with cardboard boxes. What are they doing? Isn't that Director Bai's office? You don't know. They came with a search warrant. Director Bai's lawsuit won't end well. The scientists and administrative staff of the Institute of High Energy Physics watched as the uniformed police officers meticulously packed everything they found in Bai Jini's office into boxes and placed them in front of the large car outside. Gu Nianji walked out of the car wearing a pair of large sunglasses. She leaned against the car door and crossed her arms as she quietly watched the police officers move the items from Bai Jini's office out of the main entrance of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Zhao Liangze sat in the car and didn't come out. He was communicating with the police through his headset. Did you find the phone? Yes. It's just a phone, why did you move so many cardboard boxes? There were also a lot of calculations that were locked in the same safe as the phone, so we moved them all out. Zhao Liangze was speechless. Gu Nianji also had the same question, but she heard the conversation between Zhao Liangze and the police through her headset, so she didn't say anything else. She opened the car door and turned to get in, but from the corner of her eye, she saw a navy Maserati parked at the end of the street. It was originally an unruly sports car, but it was deeply hidden by the color scheme. If it weren't for Gu Nianji's sharp eyes, she wouldn't have been able to tell at a glance that it was a Maserati. When she turned around, she paused when she saw the car. At that moment, the person in the Maserati seemed to sense it as well. The door opened, and a tall man wearing the same navy half-length wool coat walked out. He also wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered half his face. He looked up at Gu Nianji, his aura cold and aloof. He clasped his hands behind his back and gave her a slight nod. Gu Nianji froze. Although he was wearing sunglasses, she could tell that the person was He Zhichu. What was he doing here? Gu Nianji's mind raced. She struggled for a minute between going over to greet him or ignoring him. Then she saw the other door of the Maserati open and Wen Shui walk out. Gu Nianji didn't have time to think about it. She quickly opened her car door and got in. When Wen Shui came out, Gu Nianji was already in the car. She didn't see Gu Nianji, and He Zhichu's gaze had already shifted to the entrance of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Wen Shui didn't even notice Gu Nianji's car. Zhao Liangze also saw He Zhichu and Wen Shui. He saw that Gu Nianji didn't want to talk anymore, so he immediately ordered the driver to leave. Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangze's car drove past He Zhichu and Wen Shui. He Zhichu didn't look at Gu Nianji's car. He tilted his head slightly and listened to Wen Shui say to him. The signal disappeared here. He Zhichu looked around before turning to get into the car. Wen Shui returned to the car and drove away. When Gu Nianji returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base, she saw that Chen Lai had actually arrived. How come Brother Chen is free today? Gu Nianji happily handed Chen Lai a drink. Would you like coffee or tea? Tea will be fine. Chen Lai smiled as he sat on the sofa and said, I'm here to deliver the DNA test results to Huashao. Oh. Gu Nianji quickly turned around and placed a cup of tea on the coffee table in front of Chen Lai. Did the test result come out? Of course it came out. Isn't a DNA test a simple matter these days? Chen Lai smiled and snapped his fingers. What's going on? Gu Nianji was dying of curiosity. What else could it be? Chen Lai chuckled. Hua Jialan isn't Hua Guanyuan's daughter. Really? Gu Nianji's suspicions were confirmed. Her face flushed with excitement, and the blush spread to her neck. Then she's Luo Xinchue's daughter? Yes, she's Luo Xinchue's daughter, but not Hua Guanyuan's. Chen Lai slumped on the sofa. I'm so tired. Are you sure you used my uncle and aunt's blood samples for the test? Hua Xiaoheng walked over and sat next to Gu Nianji. He glanced at Chen Lai. Of course. How could it be wrong? Hua Guanyuan is a soldier. His blood sample is available at the Military General Hospital. As for Luo Xinchue. Hee. I saved a tube of her blood sample 10 years ago. Chen Lai rubbed his hands together, his knuckles cracking. That makes sense. Gu Nianji sighed. Luo Xinchue's birth certificate must have the name of Hua Jialan's biological father on it, so Hua Jialan didn't want anyone to see it. She either destroyed the birth certificate a long time ago, or hid it somewhere else. Could it be that she's also suspected of killing Luo Xinchue? Zhao Liangze also walked over. He heard Chen Lai and Gu Nianji's conversation, and his imagination spread. Gu Nianji shook her head. I don't think so. So what if she knew? Would killing Luo Xinchua mean that no one would know she wasn't Hu Guanyuan's daughter? I've never seen anyone so stupid. Also, her mother locked the birth certificate in a safe. Hu Guanyuan didn't say anything 6 years after his death, so she wouldn't. So this was just an accident? Chen Lai asked. It can't be that coincidental, right? Indeed, it can't be a coincidence. Gu Nianji clenched her tiny fist and rested it on her chin. I need to think about how to design a problem to find the truth. Seeing her deep in thought, Hu Xiaoheng, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her silently and caressed her hair. It's okay if you can't figure it out. Don't worry too much. He calmly stood up from the sofa. Little Zay, come in with me. There's a videotape here. Try to see if you can recover it. Chen Lai, come in too. There's something wrong with your DNA report. Gu Nianji was left alone on the sofa outside Hu Xiaoheng's office. Gu Nianji stared at her computer and the mysterious data from Hu Guanyuan's phone on the screen. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. They had also made a mistake. Why did they only check Hu Guanyuan's phone and not Luo Xinchua's? She immediately perked up and pushed open Hu Xiaoheng's office door. She shouted, Hu Xiao. We want to apply to the court for the mobile company to also provide Luo Xinchua's phone records from that year. Hu Xiaoheng, Chen Lai, and Zhao Liangze looked up at her in unison. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said to Zhao Liangze, Little Zay, help Nianji with this. Yes, sir. With Zhao Liangze's help, the matter was handled much more quickly. In the afternoon, the phone records from Luo Xinchua's phone were delivered to Gu Nianji. She looked at the densely packed phone records from a few days before Luo Xinchua's death and chuckled softly. Bai Jini, you're dead meat. Hu Guanyuan's personal phone was found in Bai Jini's office, along with a pile of calculations drafts that had also been kept in a safe. They were all sent to the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court judge presiding over the case. On the day of the trial, Gu Nianji held the phone in court and asked Bai Jini, physicist Bai, may I ask why Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan's personal phone is with you? Bai Jini's face flushed, then paled. She averted her eyes and said awkwardly. Luo Xinchua gave it to me. You're lying. My mother would never give away any of my father's belongings. Hu Jialan denied flatly, you stole it from my mother. The night my mother died, I saw you run out of her room with my own eyes. The room was a mess. You were the one who took my father's phone. This was the second watch. Let me remind you of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 308. Gu Nianji quietly watched Hu Jialan and Bai Jini bicker, and suddenly asked, Hu Jialan, why did Bai Jini only take your father's phone 6 years after his death? Did your mother really not give it to Bai Jini? Yes. If I wanted it, your father would have given it to me a long time ago. Bai Jini didn't expect Gu Nianji to speak up for her, and immediately blurted it out. Don't flatter yourself. You've been secretly in love with my father all your life, but my father wouldn't even look you in the eye. Hu Jialan glared at Bai Jini with disdain. My father won't give you this phone even if you get on your knees and beg. What's more, the battery in this phone was made for him by someone he really likes. He'll never. Hu Jialan knew she was in trouble as soon as she finished speaking. She instinctively covered her mouth and lowered her head in disappointment. Someone your father really liked. Wasn't it your mother? Gu Nianji asked quietly. The corners of Hu Jialan's mouth twitched, and she shut her eyes tightly, refusing to speak again. Bai Jini's eyes flashed fiercely, and she looked at Gu Nianji, where a real beauty was sitting in the audience. She wore a classic blue-purple Chanel plaid dress suit, and an apricot scarf with a Hermes rudder design loosely wrapped around her neck. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her features were so beautiful that no one could say a word. She sat upright beside the powerful Hu Xiaoheng, and still exuded an irresistible charm. She was Song Jining, who had already woken up. Her actual age was almost 50, but she looked like she was in her early 30s. It was this woman who occupied Hu Guanyuan's entire mind. Bai Jini's hands began to tremble uncontrollably again, and she heard herself blurt out, when did Hu Guanyuan ever like Luo Xinchue? Hu Jialan, don't flatter your mother. Even if my father didn't like my mother, he didn't like you, you bitch. Hu Jialan retorted, you couldn't get my father, so you seduced my second uncle. Do you have any shame? That's right, a shameless person like you would definitely kill all the women by my father's side. You killed my mother, and refused to let my second aunt off. Do you think no one knows what you're thinking? Shut up. The deepest scar in Bai Jini's heart was exposed by Hu Jialan in front of everyone. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was supposed to have everything in her life, but she had been defeated by Song Jining and Hu Guanyuan. The former made her doubt her own abilities, and the latter made her doubt her charm as a woman. After so many years, if Hu Guanyuan hadn't died early and Song Jining hadn't gone crazy, she would have become a lunatic from the jealousy and hatred she felt every night. Why should I shut up? The truth is that you hated my mother, so you took my father's phone and killed my mother in the end. Hu Jialan didn't beat around the bush now, and directly accused Bai Jini of killing her mother. In addition, Bai Jini did have Hu Guanyuan's phone, so all the evidence was very bad for her. But Jin Dazhuang was calm and unperturbed. Everything Hu Jialan had said was just lip service. A phone alone was not enough to prove that Bai Jini was the murderer. Gu Nianji then questioned Bai Jini, physicist Bai, may I ask why you went to see Luo Xinchua the night she passed away? Bai Jini denied immediately, Lawyer Gu, I think you're mistaken. I didn't go to Luo Xinchua's room that night. But Hu Jialan said she saw you leave Luo Xinchua's room, and that you have Hu Guanyuan's phone. Gu Nianji raised a brow and refuted Bai Jini calmly. Bai Jini's lawyer, Jin Dazhuang, stood up to refute Gu Nianji. I object to the plaintiff's lawyer attacking my client without evidence. He looked at the judge. We have every reason to believe that Hu Jialan also had a motive to kill her mother. Although we have no evidence, Lawyer Gu also has no evidence against my client. Gu Nianji smiled and asked Bai Jini again, I'll ask you again, what were you doing in Luo Xinchua's room the night she passed away? Bai Jini's eyes flickered as she thought about the phone. These people didn't know the real purpose of the phone. So what if she had it? She shook her head again. Luo Xinchua gave the phone to me a long time ago. I didn't go to Luo Xinchua's room that night. That's awkward. Gu Nianji giggled and turned to look at the people in the courtroom. Her eyes slid across everyone's faces before she looked at the judge. Your Honor, I have a copy of the call records from Luo Xinchua's phone provided by the mobile company. There's a number that spoke to Luo Xinchua a few days before her death. The last call was 6 hours before Luo Xinchua passed away, which was early on the night of her death. Bai Jini closed her eyes and ignored Gu Nianji. What number? Jin Dazhuang was a little uneasy. He looked at Bai Jini, then at Gu Nianji. Can I see it? Of course. Gu Nianji showed Jin Dazhuang the call records provided by the mobile company. Lawyer Jin, are you familiar with this number? Jin Dazhuang's face turned ashen when he saw it, the corners of his eyes twitching. That number was Bai Jini's private number. Of course Jin Dazhuang was familiar with it. He turned to look at Bai Jini and saw that she didn't even open her eyes. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say to Gu Nianji, what does this prove? My client has a good relationship with the Hu family. What's so strange about a few calls? Yes, it's not strange. Then what about this? It's not strange either. Gu Nianji clapped her hands, and the lights in the courtroom suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, A large screen on one of the walls of the courtroom turned on and played a video clip. The video looked old and wasn't very clear. It must have been digitally restored. However, the camera was very good. It could clearly be seen that a woman walked to the door of a room and knocked. The door opened from the inside, and another woman nodded at her. She stepped aside to let her in and closed the door. Gu Nianji looked at Bai Jini and Jin Dazhuang with a smile. Did you see that? This is a video taken by the Huo family's security camera from 10 years ago. Although the tape had been intentionally damaged and destroyed, she still underestimated the importance the military placed on security footage. We found the damaged master tape and digitally restored it to restore the scene. In fact, Hu Xiaoheng had gone to great lengths to find the tape and then ordered Zhao Liangzi to restore it. The woman who had entered the room was Bai Jini from 10 years ago, and the woman who had opened the door was Luo Xinchue. Gu Nianji continued, this video was taken on the night of Luo Xinchue's death. She then looked at Bai Jini and pointed out, physicist Bai, why are you lying? You clearly went to Luo Xinchue's room that day, why won't you admit it? Was it you who killed her? Did you steal Huo Guanyuan's phone? 6 years after his death, he received a set of text data on his phone. Is that why you killed Luo Xinchue? Bai Jini's eyes flew open and she glared at Gu Nianji. She couldn't believe that this woman, who had only graduated from university half a year ago, had noticed the text data on his phone. This was the first watch. Let me remind you of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1:00 in the afternoon. Chapter 309. Why are you looking at me? Did I tell you the truth? Gu Nianji walked to Bai Jini's side. You didn't keep your eyes closed. Looks like I really hit a raw nerve. Isn't it embarrassing to be caught lying in court in front of so many people? If Bai Jini's eyes could spit fire, Gu Nianji would have been burned to ashes by now. Tell me, why did you go to Luo Xinchue's room that night? Gu Nianji pressed. Huo Zhelan shouted, she's the murderer. After she left, I went to my mother's room and saw her lying on the floor. If I knew she had forced sleeping pills on my mother, I would have called the police immediately. Bai Jini was tongue-tied, but couldn't say a word. Jin Dazhuang quickly shot her a look to stop her from talking, then turned to Gu Nianji. Lawyer Gu, we haven't seen the new evidence you presented. Please give us some time to verify the authenticity of this video. No problem. Gu Nianji agreed without hesitation. She wasn't afraid of them verifying the authenticity of the video. Huo Zhelan was unconvinced and pressed. Why didn't she say anything? Why didn't she say what she was doing in my mother's room that late at night? Why did my mother fall to the floor the moment she left? And why was the house turned upside down? Gu Nianji turned to look at Huo Zhelan and said calmly, Huo Zhelan, this video isn't over yet. Do you want to continue watching? It's not over yet. Huo Zhelan repeated instinctively, but before she could object, the video had already started playing on the big screen. After fast-forwarding through the video, the big screen showed Bai Jini rushing out of Luo Xinchue's room and closing the door. She turned a corner and went to another room. She used to stay overnight in the Huo family's house because she needed to treat Song Jining. Not long after Bai Jini left, Huo Zhelan walked over from the other side of the hallway and knocked on the door. She waited for a while, but no one opened the door. She grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. Huo Zhelan bit her lip and didn't say anything. She had said she went to her mother's room that night anyway, so it was normal for her to be recorded. Huo Zhelan comforted herself. Soon, the video on the big screen fast-forwarded again. Huo Zhelan could be seen rushing out of the room with her head down. She wiped her tears and ran out of Luo Xinchue's room without looking back. The video stopped here. The image on the big screen faded, and the lights in the courtroom came on. Everyone's eyes were still filled with the swaying silhouette from before, and they weren't used to the sudden brightness. Gu Nianji was quiet for a moment before walking up to Hu Jialan. She asked gently, Hu Jialan, why did you lie? Hu Jialan looked up sharply. Lie? When have I ever lied? Still not admitting it. I said my mom called me that night, so I went downstairs to see her. Are you a goldfish? 7 seconds of memory. Wasn't she known as the genius girl who graduated from university at the age of 18? Don't you remember what you said a few days ago? Hu Jialan's words were laced with sarcasm. She seemed to be full of animosity towards Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, goldfish have more than 7 seconds of memory. Where did you hear that from? It's not scientific at all. Okay, let's not talk about goldfish. Let's go back to your selective memory. Hu Jialan retorted, don't slander me. Gu Nianji raised a brow and waved for the person playing the video to play it again. This time, she only played the selected footage, and the lights in the courtroom were still on. Gu Nianji held a small laser pointer and pointed at the frozen image on the big screen. She looked at Hu Jialan again. See that? This is where you lied. Hu Jialan looked at the big screen in confusion. She quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng before saying to Gu Nianji. I still don't understand. Gu Nianji, are you really qualified to be a lawyer? Is this how you treat my mom's case? Gu Nianji sighed and shook her head. Hu Jialan, your IQ is really worrying. Okay, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Look at the image over there, and I'll tell you why you're lying. Don't try to frame me. You're my mom's lawyer, not the murderer, by Genie's lawyer. Hu Jialan clenched her fists and scolded Gu Nianji for siding with an outsider. The Bai's team of lawyers almost burst out laughing. Gu Nianji turned around and glanced at them. Her large eyes were clearly black and white, and there was a hint of coldness and sarcasm in her gaze. The elite lawyers' smiles froze on their faces, and they looked away uncomfortably. You said before that you saw Bai Genie walk out of your mom's room with your own eyes, didn't you? Gu Nianji began interrogating Hu Jialan. Hu Jialan grew even more impatient. Yes, yes, yes. I've said it 800 times. You really don't have the memory of a goldfish. Yes, but look at this video. Bai Genie had already gone into the room when you arrived. There was clearly no one in front of you, so where did you see Bai Genie walk out of your mom's room? Gu Nianji finally threw the fatal blow at Hu Jialan. Hu Jialan's expression changed instantly. Nonsense. I clearly. Please play the video again. Gu Nianji interrupted Hu Jialan without hesitation. She turned around and gestured. The lights in the courtroom dimmed again, and the video was played again on the big screen. This time, because of Gu Nianji's reminder, everyone paid special attention to the time between Bai Genie leaving Luo Xinchue's room and Hu Jialan's appearance in the corridor. Luo Xinchue's room was at the end of the corridor. Hu Jialan came down from the second floor and had to make a turn to reach that corridor. So before she made the turn, she couldn't see what was happening in Luo Xinchue's corridor. The videotape clearly showed that Bai Genie had left first and entered the other room. Hu Jialan only appeared in the corridor after at least 5 minutes. After such a long time, Hu Jialan couldn't have seen anyone walk out of Luo Xinchue's room. After the video was played, the lights in the courtroom came on again. Everyone looked at Hu Jialan. Her face was as white as a sheet, and even the coral lipstick on her red lips seemed to have lost its usual glamour. Hu Jialan, tell me. You didn't see Bai Genie walk out of your mother's room. Why did you say you saw her? Why were you crying when you left? Gu Nianji asked slowly. Every word was like an all-piercing Hu Jialan's heart, causing a huge psychological impact. Did your mother not fall unconscious on the floor? Did she tell you herself that Bai Genie had just left? This is the second update. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. My dear friends, I'm saving up my manuscript for the 23rd. I'll release 10 chapters of 50,000 words then, and my dear friends will be able to enjoy it all day. Chapter 310. Hua Zhelan's testimony stated that she had seen Bai Jini leave in a hurry before she arrived at Luo Xinchua's room. After entering the room, she saw that it was a mess, and Luo Xinchua was lying on the floor, unconscious. She thought Luo Xinchua had fallen asleep, so she carried her to bed and tidied up the room before leaving. However, the video showed that Hua Zhelan did not have the opportunity to see Bai Jini leave. If Bai Jini had never been to Luo Xinchua's room, then she could have just lied. But the strange thing was, Bai Jini had indeed come, and had left Luo Xinchua's room just before Hua Zhelan arrived. It had been less than 5 minutes. That was interesting. Hua Zhelan, what are you hiding? What did your mother say to you before she died? Gu Nianji asked again and again. Hua Zhelan almost couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes wandered around the courtroom, and finally landed on Hua Xiaoheng's solemn face. She looked at him, and finally made up her mind. She closed her eyes and said to Gu Nianji, "Yes, I lied, but I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill my mother. You can tell the truth, and I'll plead for leniency with the judge." Gu Nianji leaned forward slightly with both hands on the wooden railing in front of the witness stand. Her gaze was calm, and her expression was solemn, but it didn't make people feel pressured. Instead, they felt that she was trustworthy. She killed her mother. Jin Dazhuang seized the opportunity to divert everyone's attention. One of the most important strategies in prosecuting a murder suspect was to find a new suspect. This was usually done by the defense lawyer, and Jin Dazhuang had not expected Gu Nianji, the plaintiff's lawyer, to help them complete this difficult task. Gu Nianji looked over with her watery eyes, but Jin Dazhuang only spread his hands at her and shrugged as though he had an unfair advantage over her. Gu Nianji smiled faintly. They were celebrating too early. Hua Zhelan, look, what happened to you when you didn't tell the truth? Gu Nianji was very tall, about the same height as the tall and curvy Hua Zhelan, but she was much thinner than Hua Zhelan. Standing in front of her, she looked fragile. But when she leaned forward and whispered in Hua Zhelan's ear, Hua Zhelan trembled. It was as though the fragile person was Hua Zhelan, not Gu Nianji, who was thinner than her by a size. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang watched as Gu Nianji handled herself in court. Although it was her first time appearing in court and she didn't even have a lawyer's license, she had the Bai family's elite lawyers in her hands. This is what you call a genius, they thought in their hearts. Only Hua Xiaoheng didn't look surprised at all. He just sat there calmly. Reminded by Gu Nianji, Hua Zhelan finally opened her mouth and told her the truth about what happened that night. Yes, I came to my mother's room, but I didn't see anyone go out. My mother wasn't unconscious either. She leaned against the bed and said to me weakly, "Zhelan, Bai Jini stole your father's phone. You have to get it back. We owe a great debt of gratitude to your father. We must repay him. You have to tell your second uncle. Get the phone back, your father, your father." Hua Zhelan recalled the situation expressionlessly. I was shocked when I heard that, and quickly asked her, "What on earth happened?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" My mother was probably under the effects of the sleeping pills, but she had been taking sleeping pills for years, so she had developed a certain resistance to them. She tried to hold herself together and told me that I wasn't my father's daughter. I couldn't take it anymore. I started screaming at her, and in the end, I pushed her away and ran back to my room. I was upset all night. The next morning, I went to my mother's room to apologize to her, only to find that she was already dead. Hua Zhelan finished her story and started sobbing again. Gu Nianji nodded. That was a reasonable explanation. At most, Wajilan had turned a blind eye to someone dying. She wasn't a murderer. She had even revealed her past, so Gu Nianji didn't continue to make things difficult for her. Bai Genie, Luo Xinchue kept calling you a few days before she passed away. What was it about? Was it because she found out you had a crush on her husband, but became his brother's girlfriend, so she despised you? Did she keep calling you to scold you? Gu Nianji asked deliberately to provoke Bai Genie. Bai Genie couldn't take it anymore the moment she heard it had something to do with Wu Guanyuan. She ignored Lawyer Jin's order to keep her from speaking and sneered. Gu Nianji, are you that narrow-minded? Do you only see jealousy in your eyes? You'd kill for a man. Oh. Is there a higher pursuit in physicist Bai's eyes that's worth killing? Of course. I'm not as narrow-minded as you women. Bai Genie snorted. She was so focused on arguing with Gu Nianji that she didn't realize what she had said. Lawyer Jin broke out in a cold sweat. He glared at Bai Genie, then stood up and said to the judge, "Objection. The opposing defense lawyer is trying to induce a confession from my client. Lawyer Jin, you can't accuse me of inducing a confession every time your client speaks her mind. I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't control her mind." Gu Nianji chuckled. Why can't you face reality? Your client is a murderer who doesn't hesitate to kill for the sake of stealing data. What data? Lawyer Gu, if you keep slandering and framing me like this, I can report your unprofessional behavior to the Bar Association. Lawyer Jin had been a lawyer for so many years, his connections and status were not something a fresh graduate like Gu Nianji could compare to. One word from him, and Gu Nianji would never be able to get a lawyer's license. Lawyer Jin, if you keep threatening a newcomer like me with my career, I can also report you to the Bar Association for abusing your power for personal gain. Gu Nianji puffed out her chest, her eyes sparkling. Her aura suddenly grew stronger. Lawyers on both sides, please remain calm and return to the case. The judge couldn't stand it anymore and banged his gavel to warn both Lawyer Jin and Gu Nianji. However, he was even more displeased with Lawyer Jin. Lawyer Jin, please watch your words. Use the language of the law and logic to defend your client. Gu Nianji turned around and suppressed the anger in her heart. She raised Hu Guanyuan's personal phone. Everyone, please take a look. This is Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan's personal phone. This phone model was old. Looking at the model, it was probably more than 20 years old. After so long, Director Bai of the Institute of High Energy Physics still coveted this phone to the point where she was willing to kill to steal it. Have you all thought about why? Could it really be because of the powerful battery in this phone? Bai Genie's heart was in her throat, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What did Gu Nianji mean? Did she know something? How did she know? Or, did the military already know? Bai Genie looked at Hu Xiaoheng and thought to herself, although Gu Nianji was smart, she had no foundation. The person behind her was Hu Xiaoheng, and Gu Nianji herself was just Hu Xiaoheng's puppet. Bai Genie felt that she could see more clearly than anyone else. This was the first watch. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch will be at 1 p.m. P.S. Thank you, I am Master Rashi, for the Heshibi yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 311. Gu Nianji held the phone and looked at Song Jining, who was in the audience. This phone has a battery that can last for 10 years after one charge. It was created by Song Jining, the famous genius scientist from the Institute of High Energy Physics. Song Jining stood up and, under the guidance of the bailiff, walked to the witness stand and sat down. The bays were in an uproar. Lawyer Jin immediately objected. Your Honor, Song Jining has severe mental illness and severe amnesia. Her words cannot be used as evidence in court. Is that so? Gu Nianji raised her hand to summon another expert witness. This is Dan Bohan, a renowned psychologist and psychiatrist both at home and abroad. He can testify to Song Jinning's mental state. The tall and handsome Dan Bohan wore a custom-made white three-piece suit with a blue striped tie peeking out of his collar. He walked in from outside the courtroom. The judge nodded. Song Jinning's mental state report was sent to our courtroom a long time ago. Dr. Dan is the prosecution's expert witness. Dan Bohan sat down next to Song Jinning in the witness stand. Lawyer Jin's face was livid. He turned to look at the third son of the Beis, Bai Chonghui, who was sitting behind them. Bai Chonghui shook his head at him. Lawyer Jin's anger subsided. He whispered to Bai Jini, "No matter what they say later, you're not allowed to speak again. Do you understand? Even the gods won't be able to save you if you keep spouting nonsense." Bai Jini had been scared out of her wits by Gu Nianji's words. Her previous anger and disdain were gone. She nodded involuntarily and pleaded in a low voice, "Lawyer Jin, you have to save me." "I didn't." Lawyer Jin hated litigants like Bai Jini the most. Since she had already spent a fortune on a lawyer, she had to comply with all of his requests. But on the one hand, she had been secretive with her own lawyer, and on the other, she had taken matters into her own hands and argued with the opposing lawyer. She had fallen into the trap that others had dug for her countless times. Then remember, don't say another word. If you do, you can defend yourself. We won't fight this case. Lawyer Jin warned Bai Jini coldly. Bai Jini sighed deeply and did not dare speak again. In court, Dan Bohan was already speaking up for Song Jinning's mental state. Song Jinning's mental state is completely normal. Her mental illness is rather special. It's not caused by a psychological problem, but an organic lesion caused by the stimulation of an external magnetic field. Therefore, for her illness, psychological counseling can play a very small role. What she needs is surgical organ treatment. When Bai Jini heard this, even the tips of her ears turned red. She lowered her head. Gu Nianji glanced at Bai Jini. She had no intention of letting her off the hook. Dr. Dan is a professional and has a psychiatrist's license. She's been practicing medicine for so many years and has accumulated a lot of medical cases. His opinion was more thorough and accurate than anyone else's. In fact, Song Jinning's condition had completely improved after Dr. Chunlai had performed a bone marrow transplant on her at the Military General Hospital. In other words, for the past 16 years, Bai Jini has been treating Song Jinning under the guise of a psychiatrist. If it wasn't a deliberate misdiagnosis, then it was a quack who harmed people. In short, the result was the same. She delayed her treatment and almost caused Song Jinning to die from depression. What she said was already a collateral case in Luo Xinchua's murder case. It was the military's case against Bai Jini for deliberately delaying treatment and causing great losses to the country. Lawyer Jin had no choice but to bite the bullet and defend Bai Jini. My client had good intentions. She didn't know that Song Jinning's condition was different from normal mental illness. If she didn't understand her condition, why would she treat Song Jinning? Didn't she know that she was killing someone? Gu Nianji's expression was cold. Her usually smiling face was solemn and sharp. There's a reason for that. Song Jinning didn't recognize anyone at the time. No one could get close to her except for my client, Bai Jini. It was under these circumstances that my client applied to the military to treat Song Jinning. Lawyer Jin had a deep understanding of the military's case against Bai Jini and was well prepared for it. However, his opponent was Gu Nianji. It wasn't so easy. Lawyer Jin, Song Jinning was a patient at the time. She didn't allow anyone to get close to her. It wasn't her normal behavior at all. Why did you treat her abnormal behavior at the time as a reasonable request? From that, you deduced that it was only reasonable and legal for Bai Jini to be a psychiatrist by following her wishes. Gu Nianji was very good at logic. She was always able to trap people. Lawyer Jean froze. What did you say? Say it again. You didn't understand. Then I'll say it again. Gu Nianji smiled and pointed at Song Jining. Just now, you said that Song Jining's words couldn't be used as evidence in court because she was seriously mentally ill. But 16 years ago, when Song Jining's illness was at its worst, she only allowed Bai Jini to get close to her. At that time, why did Bai Jini think that everyone should listen to Song Jining? And she used that as a reason to recommend herself to be Song Jining's psychiatrist? You think it's normal for a mental patient to choose a psychiatrist for herself? Her logic was very cunning. If Lawyer Jean believed that Song Jining was a mental patient, then she shouldn't have listened to what she said 16 years ago when her mental illness was at its worst. But not only did Bai Jini listen at the time, she even encouraged the military to believe her. She even asked Bai Jini, the only person who could get close to her, to be her psychiatrist. This was Bai Jini purposely misleading the public and delaying treatment. Bai Jini's crime in Song Jining's case was determined. If Lawyer Jean believed that Song Jining wasn't a mental patient, then what she had to say and testify now would be reasonably admissible in court. It was obvious that Song Jining wouldn't say anything good about Bai Jini in her current state. Bai Jini couldn't get away with this crime. No matter how the other party defended themselves, they couldn't escape Bai Jini's responsibility for Song Jining's illness. Lawyer Jean was rendered speechless by Gu Nianji for a long time. Gu Nianji immediately summarized the case for him. I think there's no longer any dispute in the case of the military accusing Bai Jini of deliberately delaying Song Jining's treatment and causing great losses to the country. First, Bai Jini doesn't have the qualifications to be a real psychiatrist, but she deliberately delayed Song Jining's treatment in order to control her. Second, the documents from the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology required Bai Jini to always take care of Song Jining, but Bai Jini slacked off 6 years ago and never followed the documents to be with Song Jining. Third, after Song Jining developed depression, Bai Jini didn't take any measures and allowed Hua Jialan to mentally abuse Song Jining. Hua Jialan, who was standing on the other side of the witness stand, immediately retorted, I didn't mentally abuse her. You're slandering me. You can listen to Dr. Dan's explanation about whether there was mental abuse or not. He's a professional. Gu Nianji interrupted Hua Jialan and looked at Dan Bohan. This was the second update. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The 23rd will be the first update. Each update will be 5,000 words, for a total of 50,000 words. You don't have to stay up late at night, you can still read it tomorrow morning. Oh, intersection. Oh. Also, the official website charges about 5 cents for 1,000 words. So if you see that some chapters are expensive and some are cheap, it's entirely because of the word count. The more words, the more expensive it is, the less the cheaper it is. Everyone knows how to multiply, right? 1,000 words for a chapter costs 5 cents, 5 book dollars, 2,000 words for a chapter costs 10 cents, 5,000 words for a chapter costs 25 cents, 50,000 words for a chapter costs $25. You don't think it's expensive, it's really not expensive. I've saved a month's worth of manuscripts and sleep every night at 2 or 3 o'clock, and I've only saved 50,000 words. You can read it in an hour or two, so please don't say it's expensive, it's too sad, the author's hard work isn't worth anything, moi. Chapter 312. Dan Bohan spoke eloquently in court, and his arguments were reasonable and well-founded. Although Song Jining's condition was caused by an organic lesion, it was still a genuine mental illness. The nursing staff had to be very patient, and the nursing environment had to be comfortable and smooth. Song Jining had lived in the Hua's attic for more than a decade. It was low and depressing, and there were more and more things in the room. These changes in the external environment would cause psychological discomfort for a normal person, let alone someone with a serious mental illness. So Song Jinning's illness became more and more serious, and in the end, she was already suffering from depression. If Dr. Chen hadn't acted quickly and discovered her illness, Song Jinning would have died and wouldn't have lived past next year. Hu Xiaoheng had been sitting calmly in the audience the entire time. Only now did a trace of gloom flash across his face. That was close. As his thoughts raced, his gaze fell on Gu Nianji's face, who was standing ramrod straight in front of the courtroom. To be honest, he was all too familiar with Gu Nianji's face from the time she was 12 to 18 years old. From the chubby and unattractive little girl when he first arrived to the manga beauty after she grew up, he was already used to it. He didn't have the shock that outsiders often had. Hu Xiaoheng didn't really care whether she was beautiful or ugly. It was because she seemed to have become a part of him, a part of his life. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and listened to the heated debate in court. Although it was intense, he could already tell that the other party had lost completely. Gu Nianji still had one last piece of evidence, enough to send Bai Jini to hell. Lawyer Jean was very agitated as he said to the judge, "Your Honor, although the other party has evidence and witnesses, I would like to remind you that their evidence is all circumstantial evidence. The other party's witnesses are also circumstantial witnesses. They don't have any direct evidence to prove that my client has anything to do with Luo Xinchua's murder. Yes, my client did take the other party's husband's phone, but there has never been a law that says taking a phone is considered murder." Gu Nianji quietly listened to Lawyer Jean finish his concluding statement before standing up and retorting, "I would like to remind the judge that only circumstantial evidence and witnesses can be used to convict someone. There are precedents for this. Secondly, this case is not without direct evidence." "What direct evidence? Don't spread rumors and slander me." Lawyer Jean was furious. In his career as a lawyer, the worst case he had ever had was a settlement between the two parties. He had never lost a case before. If he lost to a greenhorn like Gu Nianji, he really wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Gu Nianji waved her right hand and glanced at the people in the courtroom. She said to the judge, "It's still medical examiner Zhu's autopsy report. He found Bai Jini's DNA under Luo Xinchua's fingernails. This meant that the two of them had fought before. Why did they fight? Think about the sleeping pills that were forced down their throats, and I think everyone understands, right?" Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is once again using his imagination to replace the facts of the case. Lawyer Jean was flustered and desperately objected to everything Gu Nianji had said. Gu Nianji sighed and spread her hands. "Lawyer Jean, I remember during my first law class, a professor said that if there's a bird that walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, and eats like a duck, then it's definitely a duck." Lawyer Jean was dumbfounded. "Just like your client, Bai Jini. She was with the victim, Luo Xinchua, a few hours before her death. She stole her things and forced her to take sleeping pills. After she left, Luo Xinchua died. We call people like that a murderer. This kind of logic is not baseless speculation, but common sense that normal people have." Gu Nianji began to summarize her argument. "What do you mean by direct evidence? Do you have to have a video of Bai Jini's murder to be considered direct evidence?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow at Bai Jini. Bai Jini personally admitted that she killed for a greater purpose. Does that count as direct evidence? Lawyer Jean was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this point, Bai Jini decided not to say anything. She sneered and closed her eyes, refusing to respond to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji walked up to her and bent down to look at her closely. She suddenly asked, "Bai Jini, why do you care so much about the text data Huo Guanyuan received on his personal phone? I'll give you one more chance. If you tell me the truth, maybe your lawyer will have a chance to plead on your behalf." Bai Jini didn't even open her eyes. She sneered, "You've already convicted me. What else can I say? Fine, I'll give this phone to Song Jining. She's already recovered. The Institute of High Energy Physics should be led by a real scientist. It's a great blessing for our country's scientific and technological community that a fame seeker like you is leaving the Institute of High Energy Physics." Gu Nianji knew that only Song Jining could provoke Bai Jini. Sure enough, Bai Jini's eyes snapped open when she heard her words. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you say? Who are you going to give it to? Why do you care who I'm giving it to? It's not your phone." Gu Nianji tossed the phone in her hand. "You've been studying something for 10 years and haven't produced any results. If you give it to Ms. Song, it might produce results in less than a year. I hope you can see Ms. Song produce results before you execute her. Don't even think about it. Impossible. I couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it for 10 years. It's impossible for her to figure it out either." Bai Jini almost went crazy. She jumped up from the dock and was about to strangle Gu Nianji's slender neck with both hands. Gu Nianji was agile. She quickly stepped back, holding the phone with one hand and pushed Bai Jini horizontally with the other, pushing Bai Jini to the dock. Several bailiffs immediately rushed over and handcuffed Bai Jini. The judge also warned her, "Defendant, please control your emotions. Attacking the plaintiff's lawyer is an additional crime." Gu Nianji walked back to the witness stand and handed Huo Guanyuan's phone to Song Jining. "Ms. Song, we believe that the contents of this phone are related to your experiment. When the case is over, the military will follow up with you about the experiment." Song Jining instinctively gripped the phone and nodded heavily. "I've been resting for 16 years. It's time for me to work." Bai Jini's case would be officially pronounced by the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court 3 days later. Bai Jini was found guilty of murdering Luo Xinchue. She had delayed Song Jining's treatment and caused heavy losses to the country. She was convicted and sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Hua Jialan was not criminally responsible for Luo Xinchue's murder and was not sentenced, but it was clear to everyone that she had not saved her mother in time. After the trial, she returned to the Hua residence alone. She packed her things and was about to leave the Hua residence. Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen both stopped her from leaving and made her stay. When the court pronounced the verdict, Gu Nianji stood beside Hua Xiaoheng. She was extremely excited. This was the first lawsuit she had fought in her career. She had not flinched in the face of 15 elite lawyers from the largest law firm in the country. She had almost become famous overnight. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said in a low voice, "Hua Xiao, you finally got justice for your mother and Ms. Luo." Hua Xiaoheng bent over and suddenly hugged her. Gu Nianji was so excited that she wanted to hug Hua Xiaoheng back. She secretly hoped that Hua Xiaoheng was going to publicly acknowledge her status. However, Yin Shixiang also turned around at that moment and bent over to hug her. Zhao Liangzi followed suit and hugged her. He even patted her head and praised, "Good job. Nianji, congratulations." Gu Nianji, she was so angry that she ground her teeth. She wanted to kick each of these two idiots. She had thought that Hua Xiaoheng was going to take the opportunity to announce his relationship with her to everyone, but it had been ruined by these two. Sure enough, when everyone saw Hua Xiaoheng hug Gu Nianji, they were stunned. Following that, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi hugged Gu Nianji. Everyone instantly understood and couldn't help laughing. This was a victory hug, a congratulatory hug, and a friendly hug. No one thought of anything else. Gu Nianji was momentarily discouraged. The happiness she had just felt suddenly vanished. She couldn't help pouting and losing all her joy. Her gaze was fixed on Hua Xiaoheng. At that moment, many people crowded over, not to congratulate Gu Nianji, but to congratulate Hua Xiaoheng. This was a secret trial. Only the results of the trial could be made public. Those who could listen to the results were already people in the industry. They all knew that Hu Xiaoheng was the person behind Gu Nianji. This victory was actually Hu Xiaoheng's victory. Therefore, after these people nodded to Gu Nianji, they all went to shake hands with Hu Xiaoheng. She watched him calmly respond to everyone and exchange pleasantries. He remained neither servile nor overbearing when dealing with people of a higher or lower rank than him. His gaze was calm, and his actions steady. There was no particular joy, but there was also no unhappiness. All his emotions weren't expressed clearly and fully in that gentle hug just now. That hug, for someone like Hu Xiaoheng, was probably the best he could do. Gu Nianji's thoughts ran wild, and her emotions couldn't calm down. Her gaze involuntarily glued to Hu Xiaoheng. She watched his every move, every word, and every smile, as well as the curve of his head every time he raised it. She lowered her head and hid her almost greedy gaze in a corner where no one was looking. She couldn't let anyone see her thoughts. She didn't want to cause Hu Xiaoheng any trouble. If he wasn't willing to disclose their relationship, Gu Nianji wouldn't have taken the initiative to uncover this mystery. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng so at ease in front of everyone, she clearly knew that between the two of them, she was the one who was more invested, and even the one who took the initiative. Therefore, she put the initiative of this relationship in Hu Xiaoheng's hands. It would be great if he was willing to disclose it, but if he wasn't willing, she wouldn't ask for it because she trusted him. When they walked out of the courtroom, the sun was very bright outside. Gu Nianji looked at the white clouds floating in the azure blue sky before her, and the occasional white pigeon streaking across the sky, as well as the leisurely whistling of pigeons. She then looked at the back of the tall figure in front of her, surrounded by people. He was so close to her, yet so far away. She forgot to hide her gaze for a moment, and when she looked at his back, she was a little longer. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly felt something and instinctively turned around. He met Gu Nianji's undisguised longing gaze. He smiled at her and reached out a hand. "Nianji, come here." Gu Nianji's face instantly lit up. Even the spring sunshine wasn't as moving as her smile. She separated the crowd and walked over, placing her hand in Hu Xiaoheng's warm and dry palm. "This lawsuit is all thanks to Nianji. Without her, the military wouldn't have won so smoothly." Hu Xiaoheng praised Gu Nianji openly in front of everyone, and Gu Nianji was so touched that she almost cried. She quickly lowered her head, looking embarrassed, but was actually trying to hide the tears that were about to spill out of her eyes. After she swallowed her tears, she looked up at Hu Xiaoheng as if she was looking up to her own god. General Ji sat in the car on the side of the road in front of the courtroom and silently watched the scene. His gaze moved from the calm and smiling Hu Xiaoheng to Gu Nianji, who was holding his hand. He couldn't help but frown. He originally wanted to go out and meet Hu Xiaoheng, but after some thought, he ordered his orderly, "Go back." The orderly quickly started the car and returned to the Supreme Military Council. Hu Xiaoheng had just sat in the car with Gu Nianji when he heard his phone ring. Only a few people knew this phone number, so it could be called directly without the Special Operations Forces operator transferring the call. Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone and saw it was General Ji's number. He quickly swiped it open and asked seriously, "General Ji?" "Yes, it's me." General Ji was also sitting in the car and smiled as he congratulated him. "This lawsuit was well fought, and you made the military proud. She's a martyr's widow, so she can't just die like this. You contributed to this, and the military will record it for you after a while." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "It's my duty. Luo Xinxue is also my aunt, and the military still wants to record it for me with this kind of relationship. I don't have the face to accept it, so forget it." General Ji saw that Hu Xiaoheng was declining, so he didn't insist. He only said, "Okay, since you have a point, we'll record it in your file first. Xiaoheng, you're the general that the military is focusing on grooming, so you can't make any mistakes." Hu Xiaoheng thought it was strange, but he knew that his work was completely in line with the Special Operations Force's rules and regulations, and his personal life was also very clean. He had never brought shame to the military, so he immediately replied, "Don't worry, General G. I've always obeyed orders." That's good, that's good." General G felt relieved and laughed. His tone was also much more relaxed. "I was just passing by the courtroom and saw you guys. There were so many people at the time, so I didn't get out to congratulate you personally." General G came out incognito, right? Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and immediately understood. If he hadn't come out incognito, he would have blocked off the entire street with his ostentatious appearance. How could he not know? "Yes, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." General G was very kind. "I'm relieved to know that you guys won. I'm almost at the military headquarters now. Call again when you have time." "Yes, Chief," Hu Xiaoheng replied. He only put away his phone after the other side hung up. Gu Nianji sat quietly next to him. She was very obedient. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand. "You've worked hard. Go back and have a good rest. It's almost New Year." Gu Nianji looked at the bright sky outside the car window and smiled. "Will the New Year be very warm this year?" "Why would it be?" Zhao Liangzi replied from the front seat. "The weather will change in a few days. I saw the weather forecast. There will be strong cold air around New Year's Eve. It will be colder than usual. She would have to go to school after the New Year." Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of He Zhichu and the conflict they had in his study. She pursed her lips uncomfortably. Just as she thought of He Zhichu, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She took out her phone to see it was He Zhichu calling. She didn't want to pick up, but Hu Xiaoheng saw it too. He said dryly, "It's your professor. Why didn't you pick up?" Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng was very careful and smart. He also knew her very well. Worried that he would see through her, she swiped her finger to answer the call. She put the phone to her ear and smiled. "Professor He." "Yes, it's me." He Zhichu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his apartment with one hand in his pocket. "Congratulations, your first case was a huge success. There wasn't much I could do." Gu Nianji refused to take credit. Hu Xiao and the others were well prepared. "I was just a mouthpiece at the front desk." "You're too humble." He Zhichu's voice was clear and naturally cold. He paused before telling her, "I've already seen the transcript of your trial." Gu Nianji was speechless. It was supposed to be a secret trial. Other than the trial results, nothing else could be made public. Where did He Zhichu get the transcript? "You don't believe me?" He Zhichu sneered. "JD's lawyer Jean is now the lead lawyer at my Monarch Descends law firm. The interview answer he gave me was this transcript." Gu Nianji could barely breathe. "Isn't lawyer Jean JD's lead lawyer? Why did he go to your place? Is it strange? He lost the case and offended the Bais, so of course JD let him go. I don't think anyone in the entire Imperial Capital law firm would want someone like him, except me." He Zhichu said it casually, but Gu Nianji knew that many things in between weren't that easy. She sighed softly. Did the Bais really do that? Bai Yueran didn't seem like someone who couldn't see things clearly. Of course the Bais didn't need to make the first move. But the outcome of the case is in front of everyone. JD law firm still needs to stay in the imperial capital. Letting lawyer Jean go is their attitude towards the Bais. He Zhichu seemed to understand the inside story. Gu Nianji was speechless for a moment. Then isn't Professor He afraid of offending the Bais? "Nianji, are you worried about me?" He Zhichu asked lazily. His mood, which had been gloomy for the past few days, suddenly improved. Gu Nianji said, "Bye, Professor He." She hung up decisively. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes as he sat next to her. He glanced at her. "What's wrong?" "Lawyer Jean has already been fired by JD Law Firm. He went to Professor He's law firm." Gu Nianji shook her head. "It's just a lawsuit. Does it have to be like this?" This was the first update. There were 10 updates today, and each update was 5,000 words. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 313. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment because this involved the political and business interests. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few sentences, and he didn't want Gu Nianji to know about these complicated things for the time being. He held Gu Nianji's hand and changed the topic. "We won the lawsuit. Where are we going to celebrate?" Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, where's the principal you owe me? When do you plan on returning it?" Before the first court hearing, Hua Xiaoheng had promised her that he would return the interest and principal first. Before Hua Xiaoheng could speak, Yin Shixiang, who was sitting on Gu Nianji's other side, asked, "Nianji, you lent Hua Xiao money. How much did you borrow?" "I'll return it to you when I get back." He was Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary and was in charge of Hua Xiaoheng's salary and expenses. Zhao Liangze also turned around and frowned. "Nianji, even if you lent money to Hua Xiao, is it really okay to charge interest?" He didn't mention how much money Hua Xiaoheng had raised Gu Nianji for 6 years and even gave her a house later. When they heard Gu Nianji say, "principal," they naturally thought of interest. Gu Nianji was speechless. She really wanted to kick these two idiots out of the house. Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain. He propped one arm on the window and supported his head with his left fist. He looked at Gu Nianji with a slight smile and said dryly, "Yeah, I worked so hard to raise her, and I only borrowed some money and now I have to charge interest. I really raised an ingrate." Gu Nianji couldn't help pinching Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Was he teasing her on purpose? She would immediately pounce on him and kiss him to return the interest he had paid last time. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she had bitten her lower lip so hard that there were 2 teeth marks. He finally gave up on teasing her. He glanced at Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze with an obvious warning. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze rubbed their noses and didn't get involved. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and asked Gu Nianji, his voice gentle, "How do you want to celebrate?" Gu Nianji wasn't very angry to begin with, and now that Hua Xiaoheng was willing to bend over and coax her with such a gentle voice, she was immediately overjoyed and stopped secretly pinching his wrist. Hugging his right arm, she rolled her eyes and said, "Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe are right. You've been so good to me. I really shouldn't charge interest for lending you some money. How about this, Hua Xiao, you don't have to pay back the principal. I just want you to find a free day before the Lunar New Year to go shopping with me, okay?" She actually just wanted to be alone with Hua Xiaoheng one day. Even if they didn't do anything, just walking on the streets with him would make her feel incomparably satisfied. Like a pair of lovers, walking on the street, Gu Nianji added in her heart. Of course, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate, but she could still hold his hand, right? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng expectantly. Her eyes were filled with longing and reliance. She trusted him wholeheartedly. Even someone with a heart of stone would soften in front of Gu Nianji's expression. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji silently and raised his hand to stroke her long hair. "Okay, what day do you want?" "I'm fine with any day. Let's see when it's convenient for Hua Xiao." Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled, and her expression was like a lit firework. Yin Shixiang, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji, said, "Nianji, do you want Brother Xiong to go shopping with you too?" Gu Nianji was the most angry with Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze today. If she had a lamp cord in her hand, she would have yanked on it and extinguished the two big light bulbs. She shook her head in dissatisfaction and sat closer to Hu Xiaoheng. She grumbled, "Hu Xiao owes me money, not you guys." Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes at her. Even if she were to go shopping with Hu Xiao, how could they, as his personal secretaries, stay out of it? He knocked on Zhao Liangzi in the front seat. "Is Hu Xiao free these days?" Zhao Liangzi took out his electronic schedule to check. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so he's free tomorrow. Today, Hu Xiao has to go to the Supreme Military Council to attend the last Chief of Staff meeting of the year. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't the Chief of Staff, but he was in charge of the Special Operations Forces. He had to give an annual summary at the military's year-end meeting. Tomorrow, then. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her eyes almost sparkled. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Yes, tomorrow then. Hu Xiao, you're the best." Gu Nianji couldn't help herself. She lunged forward to hug Hu Xiaoheng's neck and kiss him. Hu Xiaoheng stopped her. He held the back of her neck with one hand and fastened her seatbelt with the other. "Sit properly and fasten your seatbelt." Yin Shixiang found it funny. He poked Gu Nianji's shoulder. "Nianji, you're already 18. You can't be a little kid and cuddle around Hu Xiao anymore. It's fine for us to watch, but if someone else sees, it'll cause trouble for Hu Xiao." Gu Nianji glanced at him. Yin Shixiang actually sensed a murderous intent in her eyes. He froze. When he looked again, there was only disdain left in Gu Nianji's eyes. She pursed her lips and said coolly, "I'm doing this because there are no outsiders around. I'm not an idiot. Why would I do this in front of outsiders?" If it weren't for Hu Xiaoheng's presence, she would have rolled her eyes all the way to the sky. "I know. I'm just reminding you." Yin Shixiang snorted. He felt that Gu Nianji was getting more and more mischievous. She always talked back to him, and her eloquence was getting better and better. Even someone like him, who was known to be a good talker, couldn't out-talk her. Gu Nianji also knew that Yin Shixiang was right, but she still felt a little upset. She couldn't show it in front of Hu Xiaoheng, so she could only sniff and hang her head in the car seat. She looked sullen. Zhao Liangzi saw Gu Nianji's expression in the rearview mirror and felt sorry for her. He wanted to speak up for her. "Big Xiong, you're such a busybody. Is Nianji the kind of person who doesn't know what's important? Also, Nianji just turned 18. She's still young. While Hu Xiaoheng doesn't have a girlfriend or fiancé, Nianji can still cling to him. When Hu Xiaoheng has someone in the future, Nianji won't be able to cling to him even if she wants to. It would have been better if Zhao Liangzi didn't try to persuade her." Now that he did, Gu Nianji wanted to cry even more. "Brother Zhe, will you die if you don't speak up?" Yin Shixiang felt that Zhao Liangzi's words were very reasonable. He nodded repeatedly. Well said, well said. Little Zhe, you're getting better at talking. You're starting to resemble me." Zhao Liangzi turned around and gave Yin Shixiang the middle finger. He also gave him a look of disdain. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned white. Her left hand had been holding on to Hu Xiaoheng's wrist. She was just about to let go when Hu Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her hand. Gu Nianji was a bit unhappy. She secretly used force to try and free her hand from Hu Xiaoheng's large palm. However, Hu Xiaoheng held onto her hand firmly. His grip was getting tighter and tighter, but it wasn't to the point where it hurt her and she couldn't break free. Hu Xiaoheng was only wearing a dark blue shirt and a standard military alpaca coat today. It wasn't a military uniform, so he was dressed more casually. He sat ramrod straight and didn't show any signs of discomfort. One of his hands was tucked into his wide sleeve, and his fingers were intertwined with Gu Nianji's. No matter how much Gu Nianji's little hand struggled in his palm, or even if she used her newly grown nails to pinch his palm, his expression didn't change. No one in the car knew that the two of them were still fighting a lawsuit in his coat sleeve. Gu Nianji struggled for a while and felt her arm get tired. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng, but he was still as calm as a mountain. He looked down at her. The words, "Stop it," were written in his deep eyes. It was as if she was being unreasonable. Gu Nianji felt ashamed again and stopped struggling. She sat in his hand for a while, unwilling to give up. Seeing that they were in the car and there were no outsiders, she slowly tilted her head and gently leaned on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder. Hu Xiaoheng didn't move away, but he also didn't move his body to let her lean on him more comfortably. He only maintained his original position and didn't move. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze began preparing for Hu Xiaoheng's meeting and tomorrow's trip. They were so nervous and busy that they didn't notice the change in Gu Nianji's mood. Gu Nianji leaned on Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder and slowly calmed down. Although she was still a bit jealous, she thought it was human nature. If she didn't have any emotions after hearing those words, she would have doubted whether she really liked Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng's car drove to the entrance of his official residence when they returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. The car door opened. Fan Jian, who was driving, Zhao Liangze, who was sitting in the front, and Yin Shixiang, who was sitting in the back, got out one after another to prepare for Hu Xiaoheng's meeting at the military headquarters. Only Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were left in the car. Hu Xiaoheng finally let go of her hand. They had been holding hands the entire way, and as soon as they let go, they both felt a bit uncomfortable. Gu Nianji rubbed her left hand and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. She asked quietly, "Hu Xiao is going to the meeting?" "Yeah," Hu Xiaoheng replied. "You must be tired recently. Rest early." Gu Nianji originally wanted to ask when he would be back for dinner, but Hu Xiaoheng's words meant that he wouldn't be coming back to have dinner with her. Okay. Gu Nianji didn't look happy at all. She pouted slightly and thought about what Zhao Liangze had said. It was like a thorn in her heart. Since the thorn had been planted, who knew what would happen in the future if it wasn't pulled out immediately? Gu Nianji didn't want to keep this thorn in her heart for the new year. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's arm and glanced around to make sure no one was around before whispering into Hu Xiaoheng's ear. "Hu Xiao, if you have another girlfriend or fiancé in the future, will you ignore me?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her without batting an eyelid. He removed her from his body and placed her on the seat. He replied dryly, "Of course. If you weren't my fiancé, why would I care about you?" Gu Nianji's tears gushed out instantly. She couldn't help punching Hu Xiaoheng. "No, no. Even if you have a wife, you still have to care about me." She couldn't imagine Hu Xiaoheng ignoring her. In the past, she thought she could stay away from Hu Xiaoheng and leave quietly when he had another relationship. Now she knew that was very, very difficult to do. At least for now, she couldn't do it at all. "Hu Xiao, don't find another girlfriend, okay?" Gu Nianji begged him softly. Before she knew it, she was already half lying in his arms. "You said that if I seduce you, you'll be mine. How can you go back on your word?" "I didn't go back on my word." Hu Xiaoheng was still sitting upright, but his arm was weakly wrapped around Gu Nianji's waist. "I said that if you seduce me, I'll be yours. You can continue seducing me. Then what if someone else seduces you?" People in love couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. Even someone as confident as Gu Nianji would sometimes ask questions that lacked confidence. Hu Xiaoheng caressed her face. "Then you have to work harder and do better than others. I've never seduced anyone before. I don't have enough experience." Gu Nianji stuttered. "Should I find someone else to practice with?" "Try it." "Gu Nianji, I dare you to seduce someone else." Hu Xiaoheng interrupted Gu Nianji. He was slightly displeased by her words. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng and asked timidly, Hu Xiaoheng, are you also worried that I'll seduce someone else? Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her for a while and said nonchalantly, yes, you're not good at seducing people. I'm worried that you'll embarrass me. Gu Nianji gasped and punched Hu Xiaoheng a few times unhappily. Why would I embarrass you? I'm amazing. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. She puffed up her cheeks and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Her features were especially vivid and beautiful. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to push her too hard. Sometimes, pushing too hard would have the opposite effect. It was like a rubber band that would snap if it was too tight. Be good. Hu Xiaoheng tightened his arms and pulled her to his side. Don't seduce anyone else. If I find out, I'll break your legs. Hu Xiaoheng, are you jealous? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng suspiciously. However, Hu Xiaoheng's expression was too calm. She couldn't see any changes in his emotions. I'm never jealous. Hu Xiaoheng patted her face. Don't think too much. I still have a meeting. Be good. Okay, you rest early too. You have to go out with me tomorrow. Gu Nianji reminded Hu Xiaoheng again. Don't worry. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. The whole day is yours tomorrow. Gu Nianji's mood improved. She extended a hand to Hu Xiaoheng. You have to keep your promise. Slap. Hu Xiaoheng also extended his hand to give her a high five. Gu Nianji finally got out of the car happily. She didn't immediately enter the house. Instead, she stood at the door and waved at Hu Xiaoheng's car. She watched him leave. She turned around and entered Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji immediately returned to her room to tidy up. First, she showered and washed her hair. Then, she applied a variety of skincare products all over her body. She continuously applied facial masks to her face. Hydration, exfoliation, whitening, and nutritional masks. One by one, she used the most intensive procedures to maximize skin care. Although she was already fair enough, she couldn't help but stock up on a box of whitening facial masks. After completing this set of procedures, 3 to 4 gorgeous hours passed. After showering, she wrapped her hair up and went to the closet to find clothes for tomorrow's outing. She picked out and matched them for a long time. Finally, she chose a pea green cashmere turtleneck pullover and slim-fit trousers. She could wear it with boots and a leather coat. Paired with a Hermes blue and purple rudder scarf and a large pair of Prada floating cloud sunglasses, she would definitely look stylish and handsome. Girls naturally like to tinker with these kinds of outfits. She unknowingly spent the entire afternoon in her room like this. When she was completely tidied up and came out of her room for dinner, her entire body seemed to glow. It could only be described as radiant. Song Jining was the only one sitting in the dining room. Seeing Gu Nianji walk in with a radiant face, Song Jining put down the iPad in her hand and nodded at Gu Nianji with a smile. Seeing that you're in such a good mood, you must have won the lawsuit, right? Gu Nianji couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She had been so busy with her own matters after returning that she had actually forgotten to tell Song Jining about the lawsuit. Gu Nianji quickly sat across from Song Jining and first told her about Bai Jini's sentence. Death penalty, but with a 2-year suspension. Song Jining stirred a bowl of thick sea cucumber soup in her hand as she mused, the Bais are powerful. If the death penalty isn't carried out immediately, she probably won't die. Gu Nianji pressed her hands on the dining table and said indignantly, I know, that's why I'll keep an eye on them. If they dare to bribe Bai Jini, I'll definitely not let them off the hook. Song Jining actually didn't try to persuade Gu Nianji to let the matter rest. She nodded solemnly. I don't understand the law, but I know that murder must be paid with one's life, and debts must be paid. Since Bai Jini killed Luo Xinchue, she must pay with her life. Gu Nianji couldn't help clapping her hands. Auntie Song, you're so right. Although I'm a law student, I also believe that murder must be paid with one's life, and debts must be paid. That's why I've never been in favor of abolishing the death penalty. The ancestors all said to repay evil with good. How to repay good with good? Why should the murderer receive more attention than the victim? Pleading for the murderer's life, have you thought about the consequences of doing so? Just like the juvenile protection law, it doesn't protect real minors, it only encourages juvenile delinquency. Song Jining smiled as she listened to Gu Nianji ramble on about her understanding of the law. She nodded from time to time and chimed in with a few words, so that Gu Nianji could continue talking. The two of them chatted happily and took another bottle of red wine to drink as they chatted. The dinner went on for 2 hours, but they still hadn't had enough. When Hua Xiaoheng returned, it was already 9 p.m. He took off his coat and handed it to the orderly. He asked casually, "Mrs. Song and Nianji are asleep, right?" The orderly giggled. "Good morning, Chief. Mrs. Song and Miss Nianji are still having dinner in the dining room. They're still eating." Hua Xiaoheng was surprised. "How long have they been eating?" "More than 2 hours. It was just a casual dinner, but then Miss Gu said she wanted to drink, so she ordered a bottle of red wine to drink with Mrs. Song." Hua Xiaoheng walked to the dining room and saw that there wasn't just one bottle of red wine on the table. There were already 2 empty bottles. Gu Nianji was still shaking the empty bottle drunkenly. Her large, misty eyes were wide open. She said in a daze. "Ha! Why can't I pour it out? There's clearly more." It was the second watch. There were 10 watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 314. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and took the bottle from her expressionlessly. "I've already finished it. There's no more." Song Jining had a good tolerance for alcohol, and looked at Gu Nianji's drunken state with amusement. "Nianji's tolerance is too low, don't let her drink outside again." Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, but he replied nonchalantly, putting one hand on Gu Nianji's waist to help her up. He said to Song Jining, "You should drink less too. Although it's red wine, I'm afraid the after effects are quite strong after drinking so much." Song Jining stood up with a smile and pulled out her chair, shaking her head. "This wine really isn't much, I can drink 2 bottles of white wine if I can." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. After some thought, Hua Xiaoheng told Song Jining about the contents of today's meeting. "You can return to work at the Institute of High Energy Physics after the new year. Bai Jini has been sentenced, and the higher-ups want you to take over as the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics." Song Jining nodded, seemingly unsurprised. "If there's someone stronger than me in the institute, I don't mind not being the director, but if there's no one stronger than me, I don't want to do research under such a mediocre person." Scientists had some pride and unyielding character. Hua Xiaoheng understood his mother's mentality very well, and that was why he was arguing for her. Although she had been ill for 16 years and was almost out of touch with the times, no one had surpassed her past achievements. In terms of experience and ability, none of the people in the Institute of High Energy Physics were her match. You can take advantage of the new year to take a good look at the Institute's achievements over the years, and determine the direction of future research. Hua Xiaoheng put his arm around Gu Nianji's waist and walked out of the cafeteria with Song Jining. "The military still wants to restart the experiments. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk offending the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Cabinet to strongly support Song Jining's appointment as the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics." Although Song Jining was talented and capable, she had been ill for 16 years, and had long lost her connections in the Ministry of Science and Technology. Of course, the Bais didn't want to support her, but in the end, the military only agreed to Hua Xiaoheng's proposal because she was the only survivor of the original experiments. Song Jining nodded firmly. I also want to restart the experiments. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have to return to the institute. There was also the set of mysterious text message data on Hu Guanyuan's private phone that bypassed the mobile company. Song Jining had been thinking about it over and over again for the past few days. She already had a rough idea of what it was, and couldn't wait to test it out. Once her interest in research was piqued, she didn't care about anything else. She only thought about her experiment and went to the third floor without looking back. Hu Xiaoheng smiled as he watched Song Jining rush upstairs. He picked Gu Nianji up by the waist and entered her room. The door closed with a bang. The lights in the room were not turned on. It was pitch black. Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji into the house and placed her on the sofa, intending to turn on the lights. Darkness could embolden people. Although Gu Nianji was drunk, she wasn't unconscious. She knew it was Hu Xiaoheng who brought her in, so she refused to let him go. She pulled him to sit down with her and grabbed his collar. Mustering up her courage, she kissed him with trembling lips. Although Hu Xiaoheng was tough, his lips were still quite soft. Gu Nianji really liked kissing him. Her heart was pounding, and with the help of the alcohol, she grabbed his collar tightly and kissed his lips over and over again. It was as if she was eating a cake, from top to bottom, from inside to outside, and she kept kissing him. Hu Xiaoheng didn't move. He maintained his lazy posture as he leaned back on the sofa. Gu Nianji hung on him like a pendant. She was drunk, so he didn't know if she was sober or not. She kissed him for a while, but he still didn't respond. He only held her waist so she wouldn't fall. Gu Nianji suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Without a word, she got off him and ran out the door. Where are you going? This is your room. Are you drunk? Hu Xiaoheng reached out and pulled her back. With a little force, he pulled her back into his arms. He took a wet tissue from the coffee table to wipe her hair and face. You're drunk. Sleep early. He carried her by the waist and walked to the bedroom. Gu Nianji buried her head in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and let him carry her to the bedroom. There were no lights in the room, but Gu Nianji's bedroom had a night light on all year round. It automatically turned on at night. The warm yellow light was very soothing. What Gu Nianji didn't know was that when the official residence was being built, Hu Xiaoheng had ordered people to install the night light she was used to in the bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door was opened, the warm yellow light poured out and sprinkled under their feet. Hu Xiaoheng carried her in and closed the bedroom door with a kick. He wanted to put her on the bed, but Gu Nianji refused. She twisted her body to get off and mumbled, I want to go to the bathroom. She had to brush her teeth and wash her face before going to bed. Even though she was drunk, she still remembered it clearly. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't dissuade her, so he carried her into the bathroom and put her down. He watched her hold the marble counter of the sink to steady herself before turning to leave. Gu Nianji looked at her face in the mirror in the bathroom. Her face was flushed red, and her lips were even redder. They were like roses blooming on a summer morning with dewdrops on them. She patted her face and looked down to pick up the electric toothbrush. She applied toothpaste and carefully brushed her teeth, then rinsed with mouthwash for a long time. She was actually still drunk, so her hands and feet weren't nimble. When she brushed her teeth and washed her face, she splashed a lot of water on her chest. Her ivory silk blouse was wet and stuck to her chest. It was wet, and she couldn't wring it dry no matter how hard she tried. It was very uncomfortable. Gu Nianji took a dry towel to wipe herself, but it still wouldn't dry. She lowered her head and wanted to undo the long string of pearl buttons on her chest. However, it was already difficult for a drunk person to control their hands and feet, so it was even more difficult to undo so many pearl buttons on her chest. She undid them one by one, but the pearl buttons kept slipping from her hands as if they were smeared with oil. She couldn't undo a single one even after a long time. Don't move. I'll hit you if you move again. Gu Nianji frowned and pointed at the pearl buttons on her chest angrily. Hu Xiaoheng stood in Gu Nianji's bedroom for a while, wondering if he should leave now or wait for her to come out of the bathroom. Not long after, he heard loud voices from Gu Nianji's bathroom. He froze for a moment, then walked over to open the bathroom door. Gu Nianji lowered her head and stood diagonally against the bathroom door. In front of her was the large mirror above the sink. Her hands were unbuttoning the buttons on her chest. She had already unbuttoned them halfway, revealing her snow-white breasts and a light pink, pearlescent bra. The bra cups were very shallow and only barely covered the bottom of her breasts. Most of her white and tender bunnies were exposed. Every time she unbuttoned them, the softness of her breasts trembled. Looking at them in the mirror, it was even more thrilling. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He held onto the bathroom door, unable to move forward or backward. Gu Nianji had only unbuttoned half of the buttons after a long time and was already very impatient. She frowned and gritted her teeth. She wanted to use her hands to pull off all the remaining buttons. Hu Xiaoheng finally said, "Don't." Gu Nianji heard the voice coming from behind her, and her entire body was still a bit sluggish. She turned around, bared her breasts, and looked at Hu Xiaoheng on the verge of tears. "I can't unbutton them." Hu Xiaoheng's hand on the door frame tightened. He saw Gu Nianji standing under the bathroom light. She was hazy, like she was shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see her clearly. Her skin was extremely white, but her cheeks were bright red. Her eyes were extremely dark and large, but her eyebrows were thin and curved like willows. They softened her always spirited expression and made her appear soft and squishy. When she looked at you with a face full of grievance, a pair of misty big eyes could melt a person's heart. Hu Xiaoheng walked over with extreme restraint and knelt on one knee in front of her. "I'll unbutton them for you." His fingers were very long, dry, and warm. From time to time, they swept over the skin on Gu Nianji's chest, like a breeze blowing over the surface of the water, causing ripples. Gu Nianji looked down and saw Hu Xiaoheng's dark head on her chest. His slender fingers flew over her chest as he undid the pearl buttons one by one. Hu Xiaoheng tried his best not to touch the skin on Gu Nianji's chest, but the pearl buttons were too small, so it wasn't easy to undo them. Sometimes, it was inevitable that he would accidentally graze a little. The feeling that occasionally brushed past was already enough to make Gu Nianji's entire body tremble. She felt a bit weak in the legs, and quickly stretched her arms to support herself on the marble countertop of the sink to support herself so that she wouldn't fall. The bathroom was quiet, and only the sound of their breathing could be heard. The silence was a bit awkward, but it also seemed like something was breaking out of the ground. In order to break this strange silence, Hu Xiaoheng gulped. As he unbuttoned her, he asked her, "Did you shower?" Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. "I did. I showered all afternoon." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "Since you've already showered, why did you take off your clothes?" "I got them wet when I was brushing my teeth and washing my face." Hu Xiaoheng's throat tightened again, and the veins on his forehead seemed to pop. "When did you buy these clothes? Why do you have so many buttons?" Disregarding the large number, the key thing was that they were too small, and they were pearl buttons, so they were very fragile. Hu Xiaoheng's hands were already strong, and he always felt like he could crush her pearl buttons into pieces if he wasn't careful. Gu Nianji grunted and turned to look at the mirror behind her. She asked in confusion, "I bought it last year. Doesn't it look good?" The pearl buttons were densely fastened all the way to her neck. In the words of her university roommate, Little Temptress, it was very abstinent, and would make men want to tear their clothes off. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and finally undid the last pearl button. Both of them sighed in relief. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and saw the shallow bottom of Gu Nianji's bra. The bra was pearl powder, and under the bathroom lights, it actually felt like one with her skin. Gu Nianji slowly looked down and met Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. She stared at him quietly, wanting to look into the depths of his eyes and know what he was thinking. But when she really looked into Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, she couldn't think at all. Her mind was in a daze, and her body began to heat up. However, her large breasts were a bit cold. Gu Nianji felt her chest swell, and it was getting more and more bloated. She didn't know where the heat came from, but she didn't know what to do. Hu Xiaoheng maintained his position of kneeling on one knee and quietly looked at Gu Nianji. The look in his eyes gradually grew hot, but his hands only held the hem of her silk shirt. As he stared at her, Gu Nianji only heard a few crisp popping sounds. The buttons on the back of her bra were bursting from her increasingly full breasts. He only looked at her once, and the bra automatically burst. What kind of bra was this? He was too perverted. Gu Nianji's brain suddenly crashed. The two little white rabbits on her chest immediately happily jumped out of the restraints of the bra and jumped and trembled in front of Hu Xiaoheng. The dim light in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes suddenly became hot. He suddenly stood up and cupped the back of Gu Nianji's neck with one hand. He lowered his head and kissed her, but his other hand held the little white rabbits jumping on her chest. Perhaps he thought they were jumping too much, so he had to encircle them, press them down, and rub them with all his might. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had kissed many times, but this was the first time she was being touched by Hu Xiaoheng. The contact of lips and tongues was already hot enough, but his palms were the real killer. Gu Nianji tilted her head back and wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck. She returned his kiss forcefully. She passionately opened her lips and welcomed the tip of his tongue to explore and wash her freshly cleaned mouth over and over again. His breath was so hot, and it was her favorite taste. Not only did she suck with all her might, but she also breathed with all her might. She wanted to let everything about him occupy all her senses and mind. His arms hugged her, his palms caressed her, and his lips and tongue kissed her. She enjoyed everything about him as if it were sweet syrup. Gu Nianji had been standing on her tiptoes for a long time, so she was a little tired. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiaoheng's rubbing had made her legs weak. Hu Xiaoheng sensed it and simply lifted her up by her legs. He placed her on the marble counter in front of the sink to sit. Gu Nianji thought he was pulling away to leave, so she panicked and wrapped her legs around Hu Xiaoheng's waist. Hu Xiaoheng's entire body tensed, and there was immediately movement below him. He quickly moved back to avoid Gu Nianji's touch. Gu Nianji thought Hu Xiaoheng was going to leave, so she couldn't care anymore. She wrapped her legs even tighter, and her entire body was practically hanging on to Hu Xiaoheng. A man who could endure this position wouldn't be a man anymore. Hu Xiaoheng abruptly lifted her up and carried her in his arms. He turned around and pressed her against the bathroom door. He kissed her from her lips all the way down to her collarbone, sucking and biting repeatedly until he left a strawberry mark. Gu Nianji's chest swelled with more pain. Her bra had long been pulled up by Hu Xiaoheng. His body was strong, so he could support her entire body with one arm. His other hand wrapped around her chest and rubbed it so hard that she trembled and her heart trembled. With such a strong hand, her chest was soft and shapeless. It should have hurt, but his forceful rubbing miraculously eased the swelling pain in her chest. Gu Nianji was unfamiliar with this feeling, but she didn't reject it at all. This kind of intimate skin-on-skin made her feel like they were in love and a pair of lovers. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck tightly and felt his strong muscles. She then quietly slid down his neck to his shoulders. Her small hand pressed on his shoulders. It was really too hard, so she couldn't help but press harder. Unexpectedly, when she pressed harder, Hu Xiaoheng's hand became even stronger. He rubbed Gu Nianji like a small boat in the ocean, tossing and turning in the big waves. A seductive moan came from her throat. She waited for Hu Xiaoheng to lose control and have sex with her. Hu Xiaoheng was really addicted. He tried hard to forget that part of the memory, but his body was incredibly honest. As soon as he touched her, all his body's memories were awakened. That chaotic yet erotic night, those tumbling, deep, tight, and blissful times, you and me, you and me. That kind of unbreakable intimacy couldn't be thought about at all. Once he thought about it, he couldn't control it anymore. Hu Xiaoheng's hand seemed to have a mind of its own as it slowly wandered to the lower part of Gu Nianji's abdomen. He probed a few times and was about to go deeper. Gu Nianji was extremely nervous and whispered in his ear. Hu Xiao, this is my first time, first time. Those 3 words were like a bucket of cold water that sobered Hu Xiaoheng up. His hand stopped moving, and his whole body was motionless. He pressed against Gu Nianji's head and panted heavily. He looked down at her. The half-wet silk top had been kneaded like pickled vegetables by him. It hung on her arms and bared the beauty of her chest. Such a fair and delicate pair of bunnies had been kneaded into a mess by him. There were red marks and finger marks everywhere. He had lost too much control just now. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips tightly and simply took off her top. He casually pulled down the pink bathrobe hanging on the bathroom door and wrapped it around Gu Nianji's entire body. Then he opened the bathroom door and carried her out. He placed her on the bed and pulled the blankets to cover her. He got up to get a black t-shirt and threw it next to her pillow. Change into your pajamas and sleep early. We still have to go shopping tomorrow. Gu Nianji was also panting under the blankets. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng drowsily. She couldn't tell if she was happy or regretful. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. She would have been his. She really wanted to give herself to Hu Xiaoheng because she loved him and wanted to be with him. She wanted to make him happy so that she could be happy. Hu Xiao. Gu Nianji bit her lip and took off the bathrobe from under the blankets and threw it out. She grabbed the black t-shirt and put it on herself. She mumbled. You don't like me. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. Don't let your imagination run wild. Gu Nianji wanted to ask him why he had stopped just now. He had clearly been in a daze, but in the end, his rationality had won over his feelings. Gu Nianji had always known that Hu Xiaoheng was a very rational and restrained man. But when she thought about how his rationality had won over his feelings for her, she felt very uncomfortable. It was as if Hu Xiaoheng didn't go wild just now because he didn't love her. She also knew that this kind of thinking was actually wrong. It was extreme and even pretentious, but she just couldn't help it. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to continue talking about this with her. He sat on the edge of her bed and adjusted the blankets for her. He changed the topic as if nothing had happened. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Have you thought about it? It was the 3rd watch. There were 10 watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 315. Gu Nianji was taken aback. Her thoughts slowly turned to tomorrow's itinerary and she couldn't help smiling again. I've thought about it. There are so many places. Hu Xiao has to accompany me. Yeah, I'll spend the whole day with you tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng had already promised her last time. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Going out for a stroll would be considered as shopping for New Year's goods. Song Jining was divorced from Hu Guanchen, so she had no intention of returning to the Hu mansion for the new year. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng planned to spend New Year's Eve with Gu Nianji and Song Jining at his official residence. Although he had an orderly who could prepare things for the new year with just a word, the meaning of the new year was to enjoy the fun of the new year. As expected, Gu Nianji's thoughts were diverted. Oh right. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will the shopping mall close? I won't. It should be open until around 10 p.m. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't very sure, but if they really had to close the door, they could just get someone to open it. He remembered that he had a childhood friend who owned a shopping mall. Huashao, you haven't been home for New Year's in 6 years. Are you still not going back this year? Gu Nianji didn't know what Huashaoheng was planning, so she couldn't help but ask. After all, that was Huashaoheng's family. For the past 6 years, as long as Huashaoheng wasn't on a mission, Gu Nianji would spend the holidays with him. Gu Nianji didn't know what Huashaoheng would do since they were back in the imperial capital this year and it was only an hour's drive back to the Hu residence. Huashaoheng told her directly, "We'll spend the new year here this year. You, my mother, me, and Daxiong." His 2 personal secretaries took turns to be on duty during the new year. Last year, Big Xiong went home for the new year. This year, it was little Zay's turn. Ah. Really? Gu Nianji's earlier gloominess was completely swept away. She rubbed her palms together under the covers. Then I'll have to buy more stuff tomorrow. Let's have a good new year. You're going to prepare. Huashaoheng stood up. Then all the more reason to sleep early. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, Huashao. Gu Nianji smiled as she said goodbye. Good night. Huashaoheng walked out and first closed the bedroom door, then the door to the suite outside. He stood in the corridor for a while before returning to the suite opposite his. After entering, he wanted to smoke again. Walking through the living room to the patio, he took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and smoked on the patio. His excited mood and body gradually calmed down. On the dark balcony, only the cigarette in his hand was emitting sparks. The soldiers lying in ambush not far away saw the sudden appearance on the balcony of the chief's official residence and hurriedly set up their binoculars. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was Huashaoheng. They were very curious, but because of the rules, they couldn't speak, so they could only keep it to themselves and upload the images captured by the telescope to the cloud system. Zhao Liangzi sat alone in the central control room, absent-mindedly writing programs as he looked at the various duty systems. Yin Shixiang knocked on the door and asked, "Are you going home for the new year this year?" They were Huashaoheng's personal secretaries, so they could take turns to go home for the new year. Last year, Yin Shixiang had gone home. This year, it would be Zhao Liangzi's turn. Zhao Liangzi's expression was grim. He shook his head and said, "I don't want to go home this year. I'll spend the new year here with Huashao and Nianji." "What's wrong with you?" Yin Shixiang walked in and dragged a chair over to sit beside him. "You suddenly got angry at Nianji a few days ago, and today you said you won't be going home for the new year. You haven't been home in 2 years. Don't your parents miss you?" Zhao Liangzi chuckled and said without turning his head, "If I go back, they'll force me to go on blind dates and get married. It's better if I don't go back, so I don't have to fight with them every new year." "Ha! Didn't you like a girl?" Yin Shixiang didn't understand and simply dragged the chair closer. "Don't you know better than I do? You're still messing around with Nianji." Zhao Liangzi was in a bad mood and glared at Yin Shixiang. "So you don't know anything?" "What would I know? It's just a wild guess." Yin Shixiang slapped the table and laughed. "You were secretly giggling and chatting happily on the computer a few days ago, huh? Why are you turning on me in less than 2 days? Did that girl make you a cuckold?" For men, they could tolerate anything except being cuckolded. Zhao Liangzi threw a punch at Yin Shixiang's face. Yin Shixiang blocked it with a backhand and leaned to the side. His right hand almost reached for his gun out of habit. He shouted, "Hey! What's wrong with you? Let's talk nicely." "Are you talking nicely?" Zhao Liangzi retorted. "Who talks nicely like you? Any man would get angry if he made someone a cuckold without thinking." Yin Shixiang quickly apologized. "Oh. You're really angry. I was just joking with you. You weren't like this before. Don't we always say that?" Why are you angry today? Zhao Liangzi propped his head on the computer table and said in annoyance, I have something to do. Don't bother me. You're really sad. Yin Shixiang leaned over. What's wrong? Maybe I can give you some advice if you tell me. You? Zhao Liangzi looked Yin Shixiang up and down and saw the bright smile on his face. He looked like a fresh graduate and couldn't help but despise him even more. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Have you ever liked someone? If not, why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Go away. Pfft. Even if you haven't seen a pig, you've eaten pork before, okay? Do you look down on me that much? Yin Shixiang patted Zhao Liangzi's shoulder. I've seen a lot of people. I know more about women than you do. Come on, little Zay, don't be careless and tell me everything. Zhao Liangzi glared at Yin Shixiang and thought about how Yin Shixiang was good at socializing with people. Maybe he really knew. Anyway, after thinking about it, he couldn't help but say it. He and Yin Shixiang were Hu Xiaoheng's personal secretaries together. They were comrades in arms and friends who had gone through life and death together. There was really nothing that couldn't be said. It's actually not a big deal. Zhao Liangzi scratched his head and put the computer to sleep in annoyance. He turned his computer chair around and crossed his arms to face Yin Shixiang. Things haven't even started yet. It's just that these few days, I want to try to find her, but I can't find her every day. She's either in a meeting or on a business trip, or her phone is turned off. Do you think she doesn't like me and is deliberately trying to make me give up? He would be happy for a long time if she occasionally replied to his messages, even if it was just 1 or 2 words. But most of the time, he couldn't find her. This kind of situation was common. If he could still be silly and happy, then he would really be stupid and wouldn't be able to be the chief's personal secretary. Yin Shixiang glared at Zhao Liangzi. Look at you. Don't tell me you're Hu Xiao's personal secretary or my comrade in arms in the future. I'll give you 2 words, shame. Zhao Liangzi was speechless. Could they talk properly? Seeing Zhao Liangzi's expression change, Yin Shixiang said again, what are you talking about? Things haven't even started yet, and it's already affecting your mood. I say, comrade Little Zay, this isn't right. How much do you like her? Oh right, who is she? You've been talking for so long, but I still don't know her name. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Liangzi's misfortune. Zhao Liangzi immediately stopped talking to him. He turned his chair around and went back to writing his program. No matter how much Yin Shixiang threatened or tempted him, Zhao Liangzi ignored him. Yin Shixiang had no choice but to rub his nose and remind him, Wu Xiao is taking Ninji shopping tomorrow. They'll definitely be incognito, so get someone to follow them. It'll be more difficult to protect her in secret. We can't let the chief find out, or we won't be able to have a good new year. Speaking of the new year, Yin Shixiang said, Wu Xiao is going back to the imperial capital this year. I don't know if he'll be going back to the Huas for the new year. I'll have to find out. Zhao Liangzi thought about it and said, he probably won't be going back to the Huas. Before he came back, Wu Xiao ordered the kitchen staff to prepare New Year's Eve dinner. He'll be staying with everyone in the greenhouse at the new official residence to celebrate the new year. Yeah, we haven't even had a greenhouse since we moved in. Yin Shixiang slapped his thigh. Fine, I won't be going back this year either. I'll go prepare something. You can make the arrangements for tomorrow. Got it. Zhao Liangzi finally found something to distract himself with. He opened the list of personnel and began making arrangements. Gu Nianji slept soundly that night. When she woke up the next day, it was only 7 in the morning. Thinking about going shopping with Wu Xiao today, just the 2 of them, she was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. This was the closest thing to a couple's date in her mind. Unfortunately, she could only laugh to herself. She hummed a song as she rushed into the bathroom to shower. Facing the large mirror in the bathroom, she couldn't help but think about their entanglement in the bathroom last night. Her face instantly blushed, and the pink color seeped out from the bottom of her skin. Even the best blush wouldn't be able to produce such an effect. No wonder Narza's blush was called Climax. It was indeed a simulation of a woman's extreme passion. Gunyenji sat in front of the vanity and saw Narza's blush. She was actually a bit embarrassed to sweep it on her face. Forget it, she didn't have any blush on her face right now anyway. It was better than blush. When she finished dressing up and changed her clothes, her entire body seemed to glow. She was already beautiful, but now she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. "Good morning, Miss Gu." "Miss Gu, this way please." The orderlies in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence blushed when they saw her. They were even more attentive than usual. Gu Nianji smiled and greeted them one by one. She walked to the dining room and sat down. She nodded to Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang who were already sitting there. "Brother Zhe, Brother Xiong, good morning." "Oh. Nianji, you look so good." Yin Shixiang looked at her with a strange smile. "What's the good news lately? I see that you're looking pretty good. You're probably going to be lucky with the ladies soon." "Lucky with the ladies?" Gu Nianji touched her face and thought to herself that Big Xiong had good taste. She was indeed lucky with the ladies. Zhao Liangse looked at her carefully and also knocked on the table with satisfaction. "Nianji is indeed getting more and more beautiful. You'll be going to be university for postgraduate studies after the new year. I'm afraid there will be as many suitors as there are carps in the river." "Pfft! Who needs so many people chasing after them?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips. "I'll kill every single lascivious man that comes my way. I, Gu Nianji, am not such a casual person. I have high standards and don't like normal people." As she spoke, she looked at the dining room door. "Where's Hu Xiao? Is he up? Did he have breakfast?" Her eyes were full of longing and concern. Zhao Liangze, who was in a different mood, immediately saw it. He remembered that Gu Nianji seemed to have a different feeling for Hu Xiaoheng. He couldn't help but look at her again. Just as he was about to say something, Hu Xiaoheng finished his morning exercise and walked in. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt, camouflage pants, and flat military boots. His tall figure bathed in the morning sunlight as he walked in. It was the morning of New Year's Eve, and the air was chilly. However, seeing him warmed her heart to no end. She was just waiting to reap the fruits of midsummer. Gu Nianji was slightly mesmerized. She quickly lowered her head and smiled to hide her expression. "Good morning, Hu Xiao." "Good morning, Chief." Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang greeted Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji immediately pulled out the chair next to her. "Hu Xiao, sit here." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her but didn't sit. Instead, he sat across from her, next to Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. She didn't know whether to stand or sit. It was very unbearable to look at her like this. Zhao Liangze's heart ached for her. He got up and sat next to her. He smiled. "Nianji, sit. If Hu Xiao doesn't sit, Brother Zhe will sit with you. Come on, orderly, where's breakfast?" The orderlies hurriedly served their breakfast. Gu Nianji ate bird's nest lotus seed porridge with 2 plates of xilongbao. The lotus seed porridge was sweet and glutinous, and the xilongbao was fresh and fragrant. However, it was too much. She originally couldn't eat that much, but because she was angry with Hu Xiaoheng, she finished it all in one go. Hu Xiaoheng's breakfast was much more than hers. He ate quickly outside, but ate slowly at home. Everyone else had finished, but he still had a small portion on his plate. Gu Nianji glanced at Hu Xiaoheng from time to time. Seeing that he was still leisurely eating breakfast, she couldn't help but feel angrier. She scraped her spoon loudly. Even the slightly slow Yin Shixiang noticed something was wrong. He exchanged a look with Zhao Liangze. Hu Xiaoheng finally looked at her and asked, "Are you ready to go out?" "Yes." Gu Nianji nodded sullenly. She had to buy as much as she could today. When she was in a bad mood, shopping was the best way to relieve it. She still needed Hu Xiaoheng to pay for it. Gu Nianji said directly, "But I don't have any money on my card. I have a lot of things to buy today." She stared at Hu Xiaoheng with wide eyes. "Let's see if he's going to talk to me." Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. "Use my card. I'll drive you out today." "Oh." Gu Nianji finally smiled. "I still want to eat out today." "Hu Xiao, can you still drive?" The last time she had driven was when she had a small gathering with Hu Xiaoheng and a few of his childhood friends. Her driving skills had been average, so she had to call Fan Jian to pick them up in the end. "You're questioning my driving skills?" Hu Xiaoheng leaned back in his chair. "I used to race in Formula 1 in Europe. I'm a professional driver." "Oh. That good?" Gu Nianji was shocked. "Really? Didn't Hu Xiao join the army at 18? "It's true. He pretended to be a professional driver." Yin Shixiang chuckled. Hu Xiao only trained for a month and could already compete with those professional racers. He almost won first place. So it was another mission. Hu Xiaoheng calmly swallowed the last mouthful of breakfast before saying, "It was that time when I pretended to be an engaged couple with Dou Qingyan and stayed in Europe for half a year." Gu Nianji was speechless. Thinking of those photos made her feel even worse. Hu Xiaoheng silently observed Gu Nianji's reaction. He knew her emotional changes like the back of his hand. Seeing that she was obviously unhappy, he had no choice but to explain, "This kind of thing is very common. It's our daily work." Zhao Liangze had wanted to say it, but he hadn't expected Hu Xiaoheng to beat him to it. His eyes drifted to Hu Xiaoheng again. Hu Xiao, who never bothered to explain, was only lenient with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji knew this was the truth, but the barrier in her heart couldn't be easily overcome. She could only encourage herself to continue working hard. After breakfast, Gu Nianji returned to her room to wash her face and brush her teeth. She changed into clothes for going out. Today, she deliberately chose a high-necked cashmere sweater and slim-fit wool trousers. She wore knee-high heels and a mid-length leather coat that she liked very much. The smart and neat outfit paired with a Chanel Le Boy bag was a perfect match. She put her keys, wallet, and phone in her carry-on bag, put on the Prada floating cloud glasses, and walked out the door with a smile. Hu Xiaoheng had already packed up and was waiting for her downstairs. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They were both wearing mid-length leather coats, like a couple's outfit. Hu Xiaoheng also wore sunglasses, but it was a standard style, not as trendy as Gu Nianji's. However, Hu Xiaoheng's facial features were too beautiful. Any sunglasses on his face would quickly skyrocket. It wasn't a branded product, but it was better than a branded product. In fact, Hu Xiaoheng's sunglasses were specially made by the military. They had the function of taking photos and videos online and synchronizing them to the cloud. It was actually a pair of spy sunglasses. Gu Nianji reached out to Hu Xiaoheng. She still looked a little unhappy, but her face was small to begin with. Under the Prada floating cloud sunglasses, she looked even smaller. Even her expression was hidden. Hu Xiaoheng could tell at a glance that Gu Nianji was still angry. He was a little speechless, but he didn't want to spoil her unreasonable little habits. He reached out to her and let her hold him. They left the official residence and got into the Mercedes-Benz SUV in front of the gate. The car didn't look very impressive. In Hu Xiaoheng's opinion, the only good thing about it was that it was relatively sturdy. It had also been modified to make the windows and wheels bulletproof. Gu Nianji sat next to him and watched him start the car skillfully. They quickly drove out of the gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. They were going downtown to buy things, but it was actually just to go shopping. However, when they came out of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, the Mercedes-Benz SUV of the same model also drove out of the gate and in all directions. Gu Nianji saw this scene from the car window and was quite curious. She wanted to ask Hu Xiaoheng, but she remembered that she had been angry with him just now. Wouldn't it be too easy for Hu Xiaoheng if she recovered immediately? However, she wouldn't dare to really quarrel with Hu Xiaoheng even if she had 10 guts. Just like that, her anger was stuck in her throat. She couldn't go up or down. It was almost worrying her to death. It was the 4th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 316. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to understand what she was thinking. He waited until the car was on the highway and there was nothing out of the ordinary before replying calmly, "Although I'm going out with you incognito, there are too many people watching from the special forces. We have to be careful." Gu Nianji understood. It was to confuse the enemy. She sighed softly and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng's silhouette. He wasn't an ordinary man. Why did she have to use the standards of an ordinary man to judge him? The anger in her heart finally dissipated. She placed her hand on Hu Xiaoheng's arm. "Hu Xiao, I'm not interrupting your driving, am I?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. "No. I can drive with one hand." "Then what are you doing with the other hand?" "Hugging you." Hu Xiaoheng raised his handsome long brows at her, his eyes containing a trace of affection that was hard to detect. Gu Nianji never thought that the serious Hu Xiaoheng would make such a suggestion. She wanted to climb into his arms so badly. What should she do? Hu Xiaoheng saw through her again. He held the steering wheel with his left hand and opened his right. "Do you want to sit here?" "Sit here." Sit on his lap while he's driving. She almost suffocated from happiness just thinking about it. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted, but she was a good law student. Gu Nianji gulped and stammered, This. Wouldn't it be against traffic regulations?" "It would be fine if they were caught by the traffic police, but it would be unsafe." Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was still hesitating when he finally had an idea. He retracted his hand and smiled casually. "You don't want to? Forget it then." "Who said she didn't want to?" Gu Nianji stared blankly at Hu Xiaoheng, but he didn't turn his head to look at her. He continued to look straight ahead and calmly drove. There was only a faint smile on his lips. It was as if the ridiculous words just now hadn't come from him, but Gu Nianji's own imagination. "It's not that I don't want to." Gu Nianji stammered an excuse, "But it's not good for you to drive like that. It's so unsafe. Are you questioning my driving skills?" Hu Xiaoheng finally glanced back at her. His gaze was neither heavy nor light as it paused on her red lips before he turned back to look at the road ahead. On the morning of Chinese New Year's Eve, there were very few cars on the highway in the capital. For a long time, there was only their car speeding along the huge road. The empty ring road didn't look real. It looked like a still oil painting. The roads were wide, and no one knew where they led. Gu Nianji looked out the window and thought to herself, why not? Anyway, there were no cars on the road, so they wouldn't affect anyone even if they drove sideways, okay? The people from outside the capital had all gone home for the new year. The roads around the capital that used to be congested were now empty fields. Could she also let go of those rules and be wild for once? Gu Nianji's gaze shifted to the side of Hu Xiaoheng's face. Looking at his extraordinarily handsome face and immovable aura, she thought resentfully that he was a demon that could read people's minds, especially hers. As long as he wanted her to, she would be willing to do anything for him. He was constantly tempting her, flirting with her. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat when she thought about it. Was he flirting with her too? Then shouldn't she flirt back? But she couldn't let go in the car. Gu Nianji hesitated for a while, but couldn't resist the temptation in the end. She rubbed against Hu Xiaoheng and grabbed the buckle of her seatbelt. She asked quietly, "Will it really not affect your driving?" Hu Xiaoheng stepped on the brakes, and the car quickly slowed down. He turned his head and smiled. His slender fingers rested on the pure black steering wheel. His eyes were glued to hers, and Gu Nianji was mesmerized by his stare. Her fingers undid the buckle of her seatbelt. Hu Xiaoheng pushed back the seat. Fortunately, the Mercedes-Benz SUV was spacious. Although Hu Xiaoheng was tall, the driver's seat could still fit 2 people. It wasn't narrow, but it wasn't spacious either. The 2 of them sat in the same seat, so they could only stick close. Gu Nianji grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's arm and crawled over with trepidation. She sat on his lap. Her hands were suddenly at a loss, and she didn't know where to put them. Hu Xiaoheng rested his chin on her shoulder, and his deep voice echoed in her ear. "Do you want to drive?" Gu Nianji knew how to drive because she had learned from someone in the Special Operations Forces. She had her own driver's license, but she had never driven a car before. Because she had never been an adult before, she had never even gone out on the streets alone. She would either take a taxi or have someone drive her. She didn't have the opportunity to drive herself. Later, she turned 18 and became an adult, but it had only been 2 or 3 months. Gu Nianji had originally planned to wait until she went to school and pester Hu Xiaoheng to buy her a car. Now that she had the opportunity to touch the steering wheel, Gu Nianji said, "This isn't good, is it? How can I?" Her hands were already gripping the steering wheel. Hu Xiaoheng had long legs, so he stepped on the brakes and clutch. Gu Nianji only had to hold the steering wheel. However, they were on the Imperial Capital Highway on New Year's Eve, so there weren't that many changes for her to perform. She held the steering wheel, but it was just for show. After a while, she felt bored and shifted her body on Hu Xiaoheng's lap. The muscles on Hu Xiaoheng's leg were too hard. Gu Nianji felt that it wasn't as comfortable as sitting in the seat. Just as she was considering whether or not to return to her seat, she realized that the place she had moved from had gradually become a murderous thing standing up. It made her feel even more uncomfortable. Gu Nianji was speechless. Very quickly, he realized what it was. His mind, which had been bored to death just a moment ago, suddenly crashed with a buzz. Her body was stiff. She sat in Hu Xiaoheng's arms in a strange, half-suspended position. She didn't dare to move even if she was beaten to death. Hu Xiaoheng naturally knew the changes in his body. He was also very helpless. He had once graduated with full marks in the anti-seduction training. He had always been used as a role model by the instructors to future students. Who knew that he would completely lose to Gu Nianji? If the instructors from back then knew about this, they would definitely mock him to death. Seeing that Gu Nianji's body was trembling more and more and was almost unreliable, Hu Xiaoheng finally whispered, "Aren't you tired like this?" How could she not be tired? She was about to collapse from exhaustion. Gu Nianji was crying. Usually, she always wanted to flirt with Hu Xiaoheng and take advantage of him. She even took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Last night, she had even wanted to give herself to him. But today, when Hu Xiaoheng's little brother was ready to go, Gu Nianji finally realized that she was actually the Lord Yi of Lord Yi. When it came down to it, she was no match for an experienced driver like Hu Xiaoheng at all. You. Pull it back. Gu Nianji struggled for a long time. Her legs finally couldn't support it anymore. She whimpered and suggested, "You're sticking out so much there. How am I supposed to sit? I can't pull it back. How am I supposed to sit?" "Sit on your own." Seeing Gu Nianji's embarrassed and shy expression, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help teasing her. If it weren't for her blushing and the fact that Hu Xiaoheng still had some psychological barriers with the girl he raised, he would have already lost control. Gu Nianji trembled even more. She almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. Hu Xiaoheng laughed. His chest vibrated slightly as he wrapped his arms around the steering wheel. A strong masculine scent enveloped Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was almost drunk. She retracted her trembling hand and pinched Hu Xiaoheng's arm hard. "Let me get off. Didn't you ask me yesterday if I liked you? Look at me. Do I not like you?" Hu Xiaoheng lowered his voice to speak in Gu Nianji's ear. His deep, magnetic voice directly hit Gu Nianji's heart. The sound wave was so powerful that Gu Nianji immediately knelt down. Her legs gave way, and she sat straight down. Hu Xiaoheng quickly stepped back to avoid the danger of being collapsed by Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji sensed Hu Xiaoheng's movement and instantly understood. She couldn't help but feel emboldened. She turned around with a smile and kissed his chin. "Ha! Aren't you pretty good? Why are you scared now?" Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her little face that was asking for a beating. He removed one hand from the steering wheel and directly wrapped it around her chest. His large hand pressed there motionlessly. Gu Nianji suddenly felt as if her acupuncture points had been hit. She couldn't move anymore. Her heart instantly beat so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. Half of her body went numb from being covered by him. She weakly grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's hand that was covering her chest and trembled as she begged for mercy. "Hu Xiao, it's broad daylight. It's too damaging to your image if other people see. Chief, is it really okay to be so disrespectful?" Hu Xiaoheng whispered, "It's okay. We're in the car. No one saw." The dark brown glass windows couldn't even be seen with binoculars. Besides, today was his personal day off. He couldn't put on airs and talk like an official every day. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. Hu Xiaoheng was already kissing her. She leaned almost half of her body on the steering wheel. Hu Xiaoheng kept kissing her earlobe, the back of her neck, and the side of her face from behind. Bit by bit, he didn't miss an inch of her skin. One of his arms hugged her tighter and tighter, pressing his hot and hard body against her back. He breathed heavily in her ear. Gu Nianji only felt the heat building up in her body, but she couldn't find an outlet. Her heart and eyes were filled with him, and he was leaning behind her. The two of them were so close. She hated the fact that the clothes were an eyesore. She wanted nothing more than to take them off and stick together without any barriers. Her stiffness and helplessness slowly passed. She reached back and hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck. Just as she was about to kiss him, Hu Xiaoheng paused. He paused and immediately said, "Go back to your seat." Gu Nianji's mind was alarmed. She was still in a daze, but her body had already slipped away from Hu Xiaoheng's lap and returned to her seat. Just as she buckled her seatbelt, she heard the siren from behind. Gu Nianji quickly pulled down the rearview mirror in the car to check her makeup. Fortunately, only her hair was a bit messy. She just needed to tie it up into a ponytail. By the time she fixed her hair, Hu Xiaoheng had already parked the car on the side of the road. Yin Shixiang, who was following Hu Xiaoheng in the car not far away, was shocked. Motherf *Ker. Who dared to stop their chief's car? He really wanted to see what kind of hero it was. Although it was Hu Xiaoheng's private car, it still had a military license plate. Cars with military license plates had always been able to do whatever they wanted, even in the imperial capital. Moreover, they hadn't broken any traffic rules. He looked at the police car number in front and immediately sent it to Zhao Liangze. Zhao Liangze was the mediator in the Special Operations Forces. When he saw the police car number from Yin Shixiang, he immediately began to search. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng with amusement and scolded him, "It's all your fault. You finally pissed off the police, huh?" Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and listened to Zhao Liangze report the identity of the police officer who had stopped him. Hu Xiao, the policewoman in the police car, is a trainee. Her name is Su Piaohong. Her father is the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Military Operations Department, Su Giki. He's a colonel. Not long after, the valiant policewoman, Su Piaohong, knocked on Hu Xiaoheng's window. "Driver's license." Hu Xiaoheng rolled down the window and looked out. Gu Nianji said, "So it's anti-policewoman." Su Piaohong looked up at Gu Nianji, "Your ID." Gu Nianji felt that she had done something bad in the car and was very embarrassed. She obediently took out her ID. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have been so obedient. She would only listen to Hu Xiaoheng unconditionally. She would think carefully about whether she should listen to other people. Su Piaohong looked at it, "You just turned 18. Gu Nianji didn't know what this had to do with her age. She wasn't driving, nor did she break any traffic rules. The policewoman's tone was as rigid as if she was interrogating a thief. Gu Nianji was a little unhappy. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything and sat quietly in the driver's seat. Su Piaohong waited for a long time, but Gu Nianji didn't answer. She was a little unhappy and raised her voice to ask, "I'm asking you a question. What was wrong with your car just now?" Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed and angry. Her face darkened as she turned to look at Su Piaohong. "Please return my ID." "Return it to you? Why should I return it?" Su Piaohong was actually still a trainee policewoman, but she felt different when she put on her uniform. It was even more satisfying than when she used to rely on her family background. Gu Nianji was annoyed. "What's your name? What's your badge number? I want to file a complaint." "File a complaint? Why should I?" Su Piaohong was also a little flustered. She thought about what she had just done and felt that she had gone overboard. She bit her lip and glared at Gu Nianji before reluctantly handing the ID back to her. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng. "Sir, your driver's license." Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at her. He took out his wallet from his pocket and waved his driver's license at her. Su Piaohong wanted to take it, but Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't let her. He asked calmly, "May I ask which traffic rule I broke?" Su Piaohong was speechless. Strictly speaking, there wasn't any traffic rule violation. However, Su Piaohong noticed that their car was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Although they hadn't broken any traffic rules yet, what if another car drove over? Wouldn't that be a traffic jam? Even if there wasn't any traffic on the road today, she felt that she had the responsibility to educate drivers like that. Drivers who drove sometimes fast and sometimes slow were usually people who had drunk too much. However, after stopping them, Su Piaohong looked at their faces and thought that the woman might have been drinking. She looked drowsy, but the man sitting in the driver's seat was exceptionally calm and sober. He didn't look like he was drunk at all. So she checked on Gu Nianji first, then Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't expect both of them to be so uncooperative. She was a little angry. If I say you broke traffic rules, then you broke traffic rules. As for which one? Think about it yourself and let me know when you've figured it out. Su Piaohong didn't have a high position, but she was arrogant. She knew that she was doing her job seriously and wasn't bullying others. Her attitude became even more arrogant. Although Gu Nianji didn't know the policewoman's identity, she knew that they had met a rookie police officer when she heard what she said. Moreover, it was a rookie who didn't know how to use her brain. Although she wasn't satisfied with the policewoman's attitude just now, Gu Nianji didn't want to make things difficult for her since she was doing her job seriously. She tried to smooth things over. "Police auntie, are you new to work?" "So what if I am?" Su Piaohong became cautious. "You're purposely making things difficult for me because I'm a rookie." Gu Nianji was speechless. "You're purposely making things difficult for me because I'm a rookie. If you're a rookie, go back and learn your police rules. Don't come out and force people to stop their cars. If the law enforcers don't understand the law themselves, how can they win the trust of the people? Don't you agree, police auntie?" Gu Nianji smiled. "Okay, we're in a hurry. If police auntie doesn't have anything else, we'll be leaving first." If the police couldn't even point out which offense the other party had committed when forcing them to stop their car, then it was the police's responsibility. Su Piaohong felt uncomfortable being called police auntie by Gu Nianji. She couldn't help but say, "I'm only 4 years older than you. I'm not good enough to be your auntie." Gu Nianji was speechless again. Hu Xiaoheng was also getting impatient. He looked at Su Piaohong. "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. We're in a hurry." Su Piaohong had just graduated from the police academy and hadn't officially become a police officer yet. Although with her family background, it was a given that she would become a regular officer, she was still a rookie intern at the moment. According to the police rules, interns were not allowed to carry out missions alone. They had to be accompanied by a regular officer. However, it was Lunar New Year's Eve, and most of the people in the police station had gone home for the new year. She had driven out for a drive on a whim, and happened to see a Mercedes SUV driving fast and slow in front of her. It was an eyesore, and it even had a military license plate. She was angry when she saw it, and without a word, she turned on her police lights and chased after it. However, the two people in the car didn't seem to care about her. "You can drive recklessly just because you're in a hurry." Su Piaohong had a fiery temper. She put her hands on her hips and lectured them. "You were driving fast and slow just now. I suspect that you were drinking, and I'm going to conduct a breathalyzer test on you now." Gu Nianji shrugged. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Go ahead and do the test. Don't waste our time." Su Piaohong looked at Hu Xiaoheng, who was calm and collected, and then at Gu Nianji, who was blushing. She gritted her teeth and took out a breathalyzer filter from her police car. She walked over to Gu Nianji and knocked on the window. "You, hold this in your mouth and blow." It was the 5th watch. There were 10 watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 317. Gu Nianji rolled down the window and looked at Su Piaohong in shock. "What? You want to test my alcohol content?" "Yeah. Can't I?" Su Piaohong glared at her. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." Gu Nianji was furious. She took out her phone from Le Boy's bag and asked expressionlessly, "Your name and badge number." "What are you doing?" Su Piaohong's eyelids began to twitch. She had a bad feeling about this. "I'm going to sue you." Gu Nianji enunciated each word. "I'm going to ask your police station if there's any traffic rule that says we need to test a passenger's alcohol content. If that was the case, then not only would people who drank be banned from driving, but they would also be banned from riding in cars. Well, everyone would have to walk home after drinking outside. They couldn't even take the bus." The corners of Su Piaohong's mouth twitched. She was embarrassed. She had been pampered by her family since she was young. Her classmates and teachers knew her family background and took good care of her when she went to the police academy. She had never met someone who didn't take her seriously. With her family background, Su Piaohong could have found a better job, but she wanted to rely on her own abilities instead of her family's influence. In the end, she chose the most basic position in the Nanjing District Police Station. She even started as an intern. She felt that she was being honest and down to earth, but there were people who didn't cooperate with her. Either let us go, or tell me your name and badge number. I'm going to file a complaint. Gu Nianji smiled. She didn't want to teach this rookie a lesson. Su Piaohong had been working for more than half a year, and her colleagues had protected her well. She had never encountered such a difficult situation. Logic told her that she was wrong. She should let them go immediately. Even if she tested the driver's alcohol content, it would be useless. It was obvious that he wasn't drinking. Also, it was morning. How many people would drink so early in the morning? Most people in the Huaxia Empire didn't have this problem. But it wasn't her personality to give in like this. She had been pampered by her family for more than 20 years, and her uncompromising and straightforward personality had finally emerged. Su Piao's face darkened. She suddenly reached in and grabbed Gu Nianji's chin. Her other hand was about to force the filter into her mouth as she said, "Give me a test. I'll let you go if there's nothing wrong." Gu Nianji was furious, but before she could do anything, Hu Xiaoheng had already leaned over. He grabbed Su Piaohong's wrist and pushed her away. He protected her against his chest and said calmly, "Trainee Su, you've already broken the law. How dare you attack a police officer?" Su Piaohong felt a wave of heat wrap around her wrist, and goosebumps appeared all over her arm. She was caught off guard and stumbled. "You're too much." Su Piaohong's face turned red with anger. She took out her phone and wanted to call her colleagues. Yin Shixiang finally caught up and parked his car behind the police car. He called out to Su Piaohong, "Officer Su. We're all on the same side, so let's talk things out." As he spoke, he took out his ID and showed it to Su Piaohong. He then turned to Hu Xiaoheng in the car. "Hello, Chief. Everything's fine now, please leave. I'm here." Hu Xiaoheng looked at him and didn't say a word. He adjusted Gu Nianji's collar and scarf, then wound down the window and returned to his seat. He stepped on the gas and the Mercedes SUV sped away in front of Su Piaohong. She felt like her heart had been hit by a huge rock from being completely ignored. She stomped her feet angrily and shouted at Yin Shixiang, "Chief. What bullshit *T Chief? I'm telling you. I'm not falling for this." So what if he had a military license plate? Her father was the deputy chief of staff of the operations department. Who had a higher rank than her father? In Su Piaohong's mind, anyone with a higher rank than her father was an old man. They wouldn't even know how to drive. Therefore, she had never thought that the man in the car was the real chief. Due to the nature of Hu Xiaoheng's work, he was always hidden behind the scenes. Other than the Special Operations Forces and some of the higher-ups in the army, there were too few people in other departments who actually knew him. Needless to say, Su Piaohong's father was the Colonel Deputy Chief of Staff of the Operations Department, Su Giki. He wasn't at the level where Hu Xiaoheng was, so even her father had never seen Hu Xiaoheng in person. Of course, he had heard of Hu Xiaoheng's name. Su Piaohong had always liked to draw a clear line between herself and the people she belonged to. Therefore, she had no idea who Hu Xiaoheng was. "Watch your mouth." Yin Shixiang couldn't bear to hear people talk about Hu Xiaoheng like that. "Just based on what you said just now, I can file a complaint against you until I resign." Su Piaohong's face turned even redder. "Complaint, complaint. All you know is to file a complaint. I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job." These people shouldn't force her to bring up her father. She didn't want to. "Are you sure you're doing your job and not dereliction of duty?" Yin Shixiang sneered. Zhao Liangze had already told him over the phone that it was illegal for a female police trainee to be out on a mission alone. Therefore, he only said, "Get your partner to talk to me. You're just a police trainee. You don't have the right to interrogate me." Su Piaohong froze. That's right. She shouldn't be out on a mission alone. Moreover, she was just out for a ride in a police car. Su Piaohong's face darkened. Now you're scared. Yin Shixiang folded his hands behind his back, his expression cold and stern. Do you know that you went overboard just now? If it weren't for your father, we would have arrested you and locked you up a long time ago. Arrest me? Why? Su Piaohong was furious. How did this person know who her father was? And he was so arrogant towards her. She despised people who used their power to bully others the most. Why? Because you're obstructing military work. Yin Shixiang tried to scare her. Moreover, you're illegal. The chief's car didn't break any traffic rules. How could you stop him? He's driving fast and slow at times. Su Piaohong was very displeased. Her heart skipped a beat as she recalled the big hand holding her wrist. She forced herself to calm down. It's dangerous to drive like that. It's the same as drunk driving. We have to stop him and educate him. You have to care about whether he's driving fast or slow. He's not obstructing traffic. Why did you have to stop him? Yin Shixiang thought that the policewoman was out of her mind. You used your connections to get into the police station, didn't you? You don't even know such basic traffic rules. I don't know who opened the back door for you. Yin Shixiang's last sentence really angered Su Piaohong. She had been holding back her grievances for a long time. Finally, she burst into tears and pointed at Yin Shixiang. I didn't use my family's connections. I got in on my own. Are you sure? You don't even know the traffic rules. How dare a trainee police officer drive on the road alone? How did you pass the exam with your own abilities? Yin Shixiang saw that there was nothing much to do on Lunar New Year's Eve, so he decided to teach this lady a lesson. It was raining anyway. Of course, I got in. Su Piaohong took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her tears. If I relied on my family, how could I only be a trainee police officer? Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes. Officer Su, don't tell me you don't know that the police are also part of the disciplinary force. Don't tell me you don't know that the disciplinary force goes through a background check before they enter. Background check? No way. Su Piaohong was suspicious. Even a small police officer needs a background check. As long as it's a background check, your family background can't be hidden from others. Your father is the deputy chief of staff. He's a colonel, right? How could the people in the police station not know? Yin Shixiang shook his head. You're really lucky today that our chief is in a good mood. Otherwise, you've been calling him chief for so long. Who is he? Su Piaohong tried to change the topic. She didn't want to think about what Yin Shixiang had just said. She didn't want to know that he got his job because of his family's connections. Let's put it this way. My military rank is lieutenant colonel, but I'm just his personal secretary. Yin Shixiang hinted. Got it. What's your name? Su Piaohong's heart skipped a beat. A person with the rank of lieutenant colonel as his personal secretary had to be at least a major general, but that man just now, even though he looked mature and handsome, was definitely a young man. He wasn't like her father, who was almost 50 years old. I mean Shixiang, Chief Hu Shaoheng's personal secretary. Since your father is a soldier, you can go back and ask him. You'll know who Hu Shaoheng is. Yin Shixiang finished speaking and turned to leave. He had to continue following Hu Shaoheng and Gu Nianji's car. He couldn't follow too closely, so it was fine for him to chase after them now. Su Piaohong listened to Yin Shixiang's words and stood by the empty road in a daze. The sky was still blue, and the clouds were still white. But something seemed different. After a while, she finally called home. "Dad, it's Piaohong. Piaohong. When are you coming home? It's Lunar New Year's Eve today. Are you still at work? Do you want Dad to send a car to pick you up?" Deputy Chief of Staff Su asked anxiously. Su Piaohong's heart warmed and she said a few nice words to her father before asking, "Dad, do you know who Hua Xiaoheng is?" "Hua Xiaoheng? Of course I do. Why are you asking about him?" Deputy Chief of Staff Su was stunned. He didn't expect his daughter, who had always been aloof, to ask about military matters. "Is he famous?" Su Piaohong asked. "More powerful than Dad?" "You silly child, how can I compare to him?" Although Deputy Chief of Staff Su said that, he was actually very happy. He's a young talent, a 28-year-old Major General. He's the first since the founding of the nation. "Oh. So it's true." Su Piaohong gasped. I might have done something wrong today." She was on the verge of tears. "What's wrong? Calm down, tell me slowly." Deputy Chief of Staff Su's heart immediately ached. "What's the big deal? Dad will settle it for you. Wasn't it just a small police station? One phone call and the bureau chief would come over with gifts to pay a New Year's visit." Su Piaohong's eyes flashed when she heard her father say that. She lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her uniform. She stammered, "It's like this. I was on duty today and stopped a car at the 3rd Ring Road. I found Hua Xiaoheng." The name rolled on the tip of her tongue for a long time before she spat it out. Just the mention of it left a lingering taste in her mouth. Deputy Chief of Staff Su exclaimed, "Oh." He jumped up from the sofa and walked quickly to the study. He kicked the door open and asked in a low voice, "Did you really stop Major General Hua's military vehicle?" Obstructing military operations was a big mistake. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's forehead was sweating profusely. "No, it wasn't a military vehicle, although it had a military plate." Su Piaohong bit her lip as she searched for the Mercedes-Benz SUV's license plate number in the police car's system. It's his personal car." Deputy Chief of Staff Su let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. As long as he wasn't on duty, then will I be fine?" Su Piaohong asked anxiously. "He was sitting in the car with a young lady. That depends on what he did." Deputy Chief of Staff Su caught his breath. "Even if he's a Major General, he'll be punished for breaking traffic rules." Ha 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 ha. Deputy Chief of Staff Su was elated at the thought of doing Hua Xiaoheng a favor. His relationship with Hua Xiaoheng was too difficult. His daughter's luck this time might be an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Su Piaohong stammered, "Dad, he didn't break any traffic rules." "What?" Deputy Chief of Staff Su felt his blood pressure rise again. He almost couldn't stand straight. He supported himself against the wall as he walked to the sofa in the study. He took a deep breath and asked through gritted teeth, "He didn't break any traffic rules. Why did you stop him?" As he spoke, his mind raced. "Who were you on duty with today?" If there was no other choice, he could only push the blame to the official police officer who was with his daughter. Deputy Chief of Staff Su sighed. His daughter was perfect in every way, except that she was too arrogant. She didn't even know the basics of the world. She had to marry someone with power in the future, someone who could really protect her. Otherwise, she'd be in big trouble. Su Piaohong was even more embarrassed. She continued to stammer, "No. No one was with me. I was on duty alone." Deputy Chief of Staff Su was dumbfounded. That's against the rules. You're the trainee police officer. You can't be on duty alone. I just wanted to help everyone. Su Piaohong could tell that something was wrong. Her eyes reddened. My colleague is busy and has to go home for the new year. I wanted to help her. She hadn't expected something like this to happen. She felt wronged and scared, but at the same time, she felt lucky. After all, if it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have had the chance to interact with someone like Major General Hua. Su Piaohong had always been clean and had a high opinion of herself. Although she knew that her father was in a high position, she had never wanted to use her family's power to take advantage of others. She hadn't been like the other second-generation rich kids who racked their brains to make friends with the rich and powerful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen a job as a basic police officer. Deputy Chief of Staff Su heard that his daughter was about to cry. He frowned and thought for a long time before asking, "Then your colleague was absent without reason?" "Not really." Su Piaohong's voice became softer. "I wasn't on duty at this time of day. I just wanted to familiarize myself with work. I also wanted to go for a ride." After listening for a long time, Deputy Chief of Staff Su finally understood. Today's incident was all because of his daughter's own actions. He turned around on the sofa awkwardly and unbuttoned his thick military uniform. He asked carefully, "Did Hu Xiao say anything when you stopped him?" "No. He said he had something to do and drove off." Then his personal secretary, Yin Shixiang, came over to explain to me. "Yin Shixiang. I think I know him." Deputy Chief of Staff Su finally heard a familiar name. "All right, come back quickly. I'll think of a way to make it up to you." They were all from the military. Although they weren't in the same system, they should be able to talk. Deputy Chief of Staff Su turned around to look for Yin Shixiang's number. After going through a few people, he finally got through to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang didn't make things difficult for Su Piaohong's father when he saw that it was a call from Su Piaohong's father. She was just a child and didn't know any better. He had scared her earlier, so he was more polite to Deputy Chief of Staff Su. He smiled and said, "Deputy Chief of Staff Su, you're too kind. It's already good enough that your daughter is working at the grassroots level. It's okay if she makes a little mistake at work, as long as she doesn't cause any big trouble. Our chief went to buy New Year's goods today and is very busy. He didn't mean to make things difficult for your daughter." Deputy Chief of Staff Su was finally relieved. However, he was surprised to hear that Hu Xiaoheng had only bought New Year's goods today. The Hua family didn't prepare anything. Aren't those orderlies too careless? Why did they have to make the chief do it himself? Deputy Chief of Staff Su knew that the Hua family was all in the imperial capital. Although he wasn't familiar with Hu Xiaoheng, he had interacted with Grandfather Hua and Hu Guanchen before. Yin Shixiang was talking to Deputy Chief of Staff Su through his earpiece as he skillfully parked the car in the parking lot of the Qingnan shopping plaza. "Our chief's new official residence has just been completed. He plans to spend the new year there and won't be returning to the Hua family for now. All right, I'll stop here. I still have something to do. Happy New Year to Deputy Chief of Staff Su." "Oh, go ahead. Happy New Year to you too." Deputy Chief of Staff Su hadn't finished his sentence when the other side hung up. Deputy Chief of Staff Su thought about it and called his daughter, Su Piaohong. "Piaohong, hurry home. I have something to ask you." Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were already shopping in the Qingnan shopping plaza. It was a large area and could be called a pedestrian street. There were shops on both sides and railings in the middle of the road. Cars couldn't enter, so pedestrians could only walk. It was already New Year's Eve, but there were still many people here. Everyone was happily running in and out of the shops to buy New Year's goods. Gu Nianji had never been here before. She tilted her head and looked around. She took out her phone to check which shops there were. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry. He stood quietly by her side and waited for her to check where she wanted to go before following her. It was the 6th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words long. Chapter 318. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji looked around the square and chose the nearest supermarket. Apparently, it was selling Lunar New Year goods from a well-known brand. Even a single fried melon seed had its origins. Gu Nianji looked at the large introduction at the stall and laughed so hard her shoulders shook. She pulled Hua Xiaoheng over and asked, "Hua Xiao, do you want to eat melon seeds?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and didn't say anything. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, who was wearing sunglasses and didn't smile. She thought to herself, "Fine, I know you don't eat melon seeds. Eating melon seeds is so bad for your image," but she had to buy about 10 caddies because there would be guests during the Lunar New Year. Melon seeds were a must-have snack. These sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, and watermelon seeds. "Give me 5 caddies each." Gu Nianji happily pointed at the stall. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand down and said to the salesperson selling melon seeds, "2 caddies each is enough." "Oh. 2 caddies is enough." Gu Nianji was unhappy. "If there are a lot of people coming, are you still going to buy melon seeds? People don't come to my house for Lunar New Year greetings to eat melon seeds." Hua Xiaoheng took the melon seeds from the salesperson and diverted Gu Nianji's attention. "Didn't you say you wanted to buy rice cakes? Chen's Rice Cakes is a famous brand. I had them when I was young. They're really good." "Chen's Rice Cakes. You like them? Then I have to try them." Gu Nianji squeezed her way to the stall selling rice cakes. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the 3 packets of melon seeds wrapped in red paper and shook his head. He silently followed behind Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji stood at the Chen's rice cake stall for a while. She couldn't resist the sticky stuff at all. Finally, she asked for 1. 5 caddies. Hua Xiaoheng had to stop her again. 1 caddy is enough. It's a vegetable, not rice. Gu Nianji was about to go crazy. "Didn't you say it was delicious? What's wrong with buying a little more? It's not like we don't have money." Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and took a kilo of rice cakes from the seller. He held them in one hand along with the melon seeds and held Gu Nianji's hand with the other. He turned to look at her. "There's a lot of glutinous rice in Chen's rice cakes. Your stomach isn't good, so it's not suitable for you to eat too much of this kind of glutinous food." So he was still thinking for her sake. Gu Nianji's gloominess disappeared in an instant. She took Hua Xiaoheng's arm and continued walking. After walking for a while, she remembered. "Hua Xiao, isn't it a little heavy for you to carry it? Shall we rent a shopping cart over there?" There was a unified shopping cart rental place on the pedestrian street. Every shop could push their cart in, and the specifications were the same. "Okay, go and push one over." It wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't carry it, but seeing that Gu Nianji was buying more and more things, he might not be able to carry it all by himself. Gu Nianji happily rented a shopping cart. She took the melon seeds and rice cakes from Hua Xiaoheng and placed them in the cart before continuing to shop. "Hua Xiao, is New Year's Eve dinner ready?" Gu Nianji saw the supermarket that sold vegetables, fruits, and meat. There was tender and fresh lotus root inside, and she wanted to eat lotus root stewed with spare ribs. Hua Xiaoheng also saw what Gu Nianji wanted. Lotus root was a healthy food. "Go buy it if you want. You can put it aside if you can't eat it." Not only did his official residence have a refrigerator in the kitchen, but there was also a freezer. He could store as many things as he wanted. With a shopping cart, it was even more convenient for Gu Nianji to buy things. The official residence had seafood and meat, so she didn't need to buy them. The vegetables and fruits were also specially provided. She was only buying them now for the sake of novelty. Hu Xiaoheng felt that most of the things in the cart wouldn't be for her to eat, so he took her to a supermarket that specialized in traditional desserts. There were many ancient traditional sweets there, such as malt candy, pine nut candy, osmanthus candy, malt candy, poria cake, rose crystal cake, pea cake, donkey roll, and other delicious and good-looking pastries. They couldn't be found anywhere else, and were unique New Year traditions in the imperial capital. The chef in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence didn't know how to make these things, so he bought them for Gu Nianji to try. Gu Nianji smiled, her large bright eyes curved into two crescent moons, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly feathers. When she looked up at Hu Xiaoheng, her gaze was focused and affectionate, and she leaned against his side with great reliance. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the shopping cart along the streets of the shopping plaza. There were many people on the road, but he didn't look around. He put one hand on the cart's handle and held Gu Nianji tightly with the other. He was tall and had a strong presence. Even if they didn't know his identity and status, many women turned to look at him just by looking at his appearance. Gu Nianji felt warm from walking, so she planned to buy a small ice cream to eat. Although it was New Year's Eve, the shops on the shopping street had ample heating. After getting in the car and returning to the official residence, the central air conditioning was set at 25 degrees, so she wouldn't freeze. Hu Xiaoheng didn't object. He sat alone in front of a cafe on the street and ordered a cup of black coffee. He lit a cigarette and sat there calmly, smoking while waiting for her. A beautiful young woman wearing a mink coat walked over with a cigarette between her pale fingers. She raised her eyebrows at Hu Xiaoheng. "Sir, can I borrow a light?" Hu Xiaoheng blew out a puff of pure white smoke and said dryly, "No." The woman didn't expect to be rejected, and her expression changed. She simply sat across from Hu Xiaoheng. "Sir, do you have to be so cruel? I'm just borrowing a light. Do you have to be so cruel?" Hu Xiaoheng wore sunglasses and looked the woman up and down before looking away. He pretended nothing had happened and looked into the distance. He had no intention of replying at all. The woman sat awkwardly for a while, but finally couldn't stand Hu Xiaoheng's coldness. She snorted softly and stood up to leave. She deliberately muttered, "What a jerk. Why are you so arrogant?" Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and pretended not to hear her. Not long after, another young girl dressed like a student walked over and smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. "Handsome, I made a bet with my classmate. You'll look even more handsome if you take off your sunglasses. Do you want to work with me and split the money 50-50 if we win?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't move and still had no intention of speaking. It was as if the young girl standing in front of him didn't exist. Handsome. The young girl was even bolder than the beautiful young woman. She actually wanted to go up and help him take off his sunglasses. Very few men would be willing to push away a young girl who was so close to their chest. Hu Xiaoheng looked up. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the young girl felt his aura was too powerful. She almost stopped breathing. Her entire body was enveloped in his gaze and she couldn't move. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "Scram." His words were like a bolt of lightning to the young girl's head. Her face instantly turned red. She couldn't care less about her bet with her classmate. She burst into tears and ran away. Gu Nianji had only been gone for less than 10 minutes when 4 or 5 girls tried to hit on Hu Xiaoheng. Handsome men were a scarce resource these days. Young girls were already more daring than grown men to openly hit on them on the street. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He was glad that Gu Nianji had grown up with him and didn't have the guts to openly hit on men outside, when Gu Nianji returned from buying ice cream, she happened to see Hua Xiaoheng use the word scram to chase away another beauty who tried to hit on him. TSK, Hua Xiao, you really don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Gu Nianji sat across from him and licked the ice cream cone in her hand. She asked him, do you want some? Hua Xiaoheng put out his cigarette and threw it into the trash can under the trees. He took a sip of black coffee and smiled at Gu Nianji. Yes. You really want some? Gu Nianji was put in a difficult position. She was just being polite. She had never seen Hua Xiaoheng eat ice cream. She didn't even want to buy it for him. Then I'll buy you another one. You don't have to buy another one. Hua Xiaoheng crooked his finger at her. Just this one. Oh. But I've already eaten this one. Gu Nianji was sweating profusely. Not only had she eaten it, but she had also licked the ice cream cone from top to bottom. It's okay. I don't mind you. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curved into a faint smile. His long legs stretched out leisurely, almost reaching Gu Nianji's feet. He fiddled with the coffee cup in front of him and looked down slightly. You're not giving it to me. Here. Why not? Gu Nianji quickly pushed the ice cream cone in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Here, for you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't use his hands to take it. He only stared at Gu Nianji and opened his mouth slightly. Feed me. In that instant, not only was Gu Nianji petrified, but Zhao Liangze, who was on the other side of the surveillance camera, and Yin Shixiang, who could hear the conversation through the headphones, were also stunned. What the F***ck? Was Hua Xiao possessed? Gu Nianji's face was so red it could drip blood. Even the tips of her ears were bright red, spreading all the way to her neck. Hua Xiao. You. Gu Nianji's hands were trembling, but Hua Xiaoheng had already reached out to hold her wrist. He steadily pulled the ice cream cone from her hand towards himself, then lowered his head to take a bite. He bit off the tip of the ice cream cone. Gu Nianji watched her ice cream cone go down in the blink of an eye. The corners of her mouth twitched, but the next moment, she froze again. Hua Xiaoheng held her wrist again and fed the ice cream cone from her hand to her own lips. The ice cream cone, with its rich milky flavor and icy chill, lingered on Gu Nianji's lips. She reflexively took a bite, right where Hua Xiaoheng had just bitten her. This was an indirect kiss in front of so many people. On the morning of New Year's Eve, although the sun was shining brightly, it was still cold and dry outside the shopping mall in the southern district of the imperial capital. However, Gu Nianji only felt that her entire body was burning hot. Even a few bites of her favorite ice cream cone couldn't cool her down. Zhao Liangze, who was far away at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, instinctively cut off all contact with the sunglasses Hua Xiaoheng was wearing. He also completely erased the image from the central surveillance computer. Nothing was saved. His heart was pounding. He finally had an answer to the slight awkwardness and uneasiness he had been feeling for the past few days. But when did the two of them start? Or was it only one of them who was interested, and the other was just playing along? Yin Shixiang realized that there was no sound coming from his earpiece, but he didn't care. He just stared fixedly at the beautiful man and woman at the entrance of the cafe not far away. They were sharing an ice cream cone. When did the two of them hook up? Yin Shixiang felt a pang in his heart. Damn it. The superior that he had wholeheartedly respected like a god, and the little girl that he had wholeheartedly loved like a daughter, had gotten together just like that? What was this supposed to do to him? How was he supposed to address them in the future? It was fine if they were together, but what was the meaning of publicly flaunting their affection on the streets to bully single dogs like him? Yin Shixiang raised the newspaper in his hand even higher in anger to block his view. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. However, not long after, he quietly lowered the height of the newspaper and peeked at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji from the top of the newspaper without blinking. Hua Xiao, I thought you didn't like sweets. Gu Nianji's face was burning. She had no choice but to make conversation. She only dared to look down at the ice cream cone in her hand. Hua Xiaoheng simply took her wrist and pulled her towards him. Come here. Gu Nianji was pulled over by him and sat on his lap with his arms around her waist. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and the sunlight shone on the pedestrian street. It didn't have any warmth, and the clear and transparent light set off the clear blue sky and white clouds. It made one's heart jump with joy. Gu Nianji's body stiffened for a while before finally softening. Why was she afraid? Wasn't this what she had always hoped for? Holding hands under the sun, hugging, kissing, Gu Nianji thought about it and licked her lips. She actually boldly walked up to Hua Xiaoheng and quickly kissed him on the lips. Then, before he could respond, she quickly tried to pull away. However, she underestimated Hua Xiaoheng's reaction. His large hand was wrapped around her waist, and she couldn't move at all. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. You want to run after flirting with me? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile. You're quite brave, aren't you? He leaned close to her to speak, and his hot breath lingered in her ear. He didn't say anything sweet, but his tone was the most intimate whisper between lovers. Gu Nianji trembled so hard she almost fainted. Happiness came too suddenly, and she couldn't believe it was real. Hua Xiao, didn't you say that you're mine only if I flirted with you? Then why are you acting like this today? Does that mean I flirted with you? Gu Nianji reached out to poke Hua Xiaoheng's chest. His hard chest muscles felt good. Did I say that? Hua Xiaoheng cocked his head and looked around nonchalantly. Luckily, the evergreen tree in front of the cafe blocked many pedestrians' view, so not many people saw. He stood up with Gu Nianji in his arms. Do you still want to buy something? Of course, I haven't finished yet. But not here. Let's go to Sion Plaza. Gu Nianji was in a great mood. She held Hua Xiaoheng's hand tightly and refused to let go. The two of them were like a couple, their fingers tightly intertwined as they left the shopping plaza in the southern district of the imperial capital. When they arrived at the parking lot, Hua Xiaoheng put the things they bought that day in the trunk and drove Gu Nianji to Sion Plaza to buy a gift. The earpiece didn't have the familiar alternating sound of electricity, so Hua Xiaoheng roughly knew how shocked Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang were. He didn't plan on comforting them, nor did he plan on explaining. But he didn't want to explain, and he didn't want Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang to ask. At that moment, Yin Shixiang also got in the car and was arguing with Zhao Liangze over the earpiece. Big Xiong, what else did you see? Zhao Liangze asked over the phone. I cut off all contact just now so that Hua Xiao wouldn't leave any records. Do you think it's easy for me? What else could you see? Yin Shixiang said sarcastically. Isn't it just being lovey-dovey? Nianji even kissed Hua Xiao. TSK, this child is so daring. Zhao Liangze. Holy sh*t. He lost big time. He should have cut it off later. Really? Nianji's Hua Xiao, or Hua Xiao's Nianji? Of course it's Nianji's Hua Xiao. Yin Shixiang remembered very clearly that Gu Nianji's kiss wasn't even considered a kiss. It was just a fleeting glance across Hua Xiaoheng's lips. Unfortunately, from his angle, he couldn't see clearly if Gu Nianji had really kissed him. After all, he was very confident in Hua Xiaoheng's skills. Even at such a close distance, if Hua Xiao didn't want Gu Nianji to kiss him, she wouldn't be able to do so even if she lay on top of him. Yin Shixiang had such skills himself, so Hua Xiaoheng could only be faster and stronger than him. Oh. Is it really Nianji's Hua Xiao? Zhao Liangze's heart sank. He recalled the look in Nianji's eyes that day in the interrogation room. It was deep-rooted love, but with Hu Xiao's age and experience, was he someone an 18-year-old girl like Gu Nianji could handle? Also, she had always worshipped Hu Xiao like a god. Also, were her feelings for Hu Xiaoheng really love? Zhao Liangzi thought further and further than Yin Shixiang. Even if Gu Nianji really loved Hu Xiaoheng, she wouldn't be able to pass the background check alone. There was no way the two of them could be together, so why waste time? More importantly, everyone in the military knew that Hu Xiaoheng was Gu Nianji's guardian. If the two of them were together now, then Hu Xiao would really have one more stain on his record. Zhao Liangzi was very frustrated. He hadn't smoked in a long time, so he finally walked to the open space outside. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Yin Shixiang was still talking to him through the earpiece. Little Zhe, when do you think these two got together? We two personal secretaries are so derelict in our duties. We don't know anything about the chief's love life. Zhao Liangzi blew out a ring of smoke and steeled his heart. He nodded. Yes, we were too slow. That's why Hu Xiao used this method to reveal it to us. Otherwise, we don't know how long we would have been confused. Oh. You're saying Hu Xiao did it on purpose? Yin Shixiang was shocked. Then Hu Xiao knew we were peeping and still let Nianji kiss him. Are you stupid? Zhao Liangzi put one hand in his trouser pocket and took a deep drag. Hu Xiao didn't do anything. It was Nianji who took the initiative. You have to remember, it was Nianji who took the initiative. It was the 7th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words long. Chapter 319. Yin Shixiang started the car, confused. After driving out of the parking lot, he asked Zhao Liangzi, "What do you mean? Does it matter who makes the first move?" Of course it matters. Zhao Liangzi's mood worsened, but he had to think of Hu Xiaoheng. It must be Nianji who makes the first move. You idiot. If Hu Xiaoheng made the first move, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the military anymore. He would never have any hope of being promoted in this lifetime. Yin Shixiang suddenly understood, and his expression darkened. After a long silence, he asked sternly, "Where are they now?" Zhao Liangzi tossed the cigarette butt away and returned to the central control room to re-establish the connection with Hu Xiaoheng's sunglasses. Hu Xiaoheng also felt the faint sound of electricity in his headphones return, but he didn't say anything and continued to drive. Gu Nianji leaned on his shoulder and refused to let go for even a second. He let her be. Even if he didn't use his hand, he could still drive. Gu Nianji leaned on his shoulder and refused to let go. Zhao Liangzi checked the location and informed Yin Shixiang, Hu Xiaoheng's car is heading towards Sion Square. Roger. Yin Shixiang turned on the GPS and found Hu Xiaoheng's car. He chased after it as he spoke to Zhao Liangzi, "Little Zhe, I think this is dangerous. Let's think of a way to get rid of Nianji's stupid idea." Zhao Liangzi said sullenly, "You also think Hu Xiaoheng and Nianji aren't a good match?" "They're quite a good match. He's handsome and she's pretty, but they're not a good match in age. They're from two different generations." Yin Shixiang couldn't accept the two of them being together, be it rationally or emotionally. "But I understand that Nianji has feelings for Hu Xiaoheng. I don't blame her. Hu Xiaoheng is such a good man. Who knows how many women covet him, but he only treats Nianji well. How can a little girl like Nianji resist an old driver like Hu Xiaoheng?" "Yeah, that's what I think too." Zhao Liangzi finally agreed with Yin Shixiang. "Do you remember when we went on a mission in Japan last year? Hu Xiaoheng said he was already married. Last year in Japan." "Oh. I remember too. Yin Shixiang slapped the steering wheel in realization, so Hu Xiaoheng really doesn't have a choice. He already has a girlfriend, so he won't hook up with Nianji. Right? Zhao Liangzi sighed and said word by word, remember, Hu Xiao did not seduce Nianji. It's because Nianji is pestering him so much that he doesn't know how to reject her. That's why he deliberately made it public in front of us so that we could help him think of a solution. Ah. Yin Shixiang scratched the back of his head. Can't he just tell us directly? You're an idiot today. Zhao Liangzi couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the computer table and yelled at him, how could you say something like that directly? How was Nianji supposed to conduct herself? I'm warning you, you're so stupid. Don't get involved in this. I'll think of something. Bah. You're the idiot who exceeded the limit. Yin Shixiang retorted, you haven't even sorted out your own mess yet, and you want to interfere with Hu Xiao and Nianji's business. I advise you to take it easy, or else you'll end up swinging. Both of them were in a bad mood. They tried to ease their tension by arguing and attacking each other. They only stopped fighting when Yin Shixiang got out of the car in the underground parking lot of Sion Square. After a round of venting, both of them finally calmed down. Big Xiong, you have to keep this a secret. We can't let the military know. If they accidentally find out, you have to insist that it was Nianji who initiated it, and Hu Xiao is trying to reject her. Do you hear me? Nianji isn't a soldier, so it's fine if she takes the initiative. If Hu Xiao takes the initiative, he'll be dead meat. Zhao Liangzi frowned and began to search the central control system. He was afraid that there were still videos that hadn't been deleted. Also, hurry up and follow Hu Xiao and Nianji. Tell them you're helping them carry their things, just in case Nianji does something even worse. Yin Shixiang nodded. I understand. I'll go right now. He looked at his phone and found Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's location. They were already on the 8th floor of Sion Square. Most of the world-famous stores were gathered here. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walked out of the Chanel flagship store on the 8th floor of Sion Square. Gu Nianji picked out 2 more outfits for Song Jining. One was a black and white dress, and the other was a light coffee-colored pantsuit. They could be worn at important occasions. She also bought 2 matching handbags. Why didn't you buy one for yourself? Hu Xiaoheng looked at the bags Gu Nianji was carrying. They were all gifts for other people. Gu Nianji shook her head. Auntie is wearing Chanel, so I won't wear it. I don't want to wear the same thing. It's not the same style. Hu Xiaoheng stopped holding her hand. How can it be the same? Also, you've always bought Chanel's youth line. It's not even the same line as my mother's. It's the same brand, so it's the same thing. Gu Nianji giggled. She actually didn't want people to say she and Song Jining were wearing mother-daughter outfits. She wanted to be Song Jining's daughter-in-law. She didn't want to be her daughter. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and picked up his phone. There's a Hermes flagship store up ahead. You can go there and pick something you like. He knew Gu Nianji liked Hermes scarves. She didn't seem to like anything else. Gu Nianji happened to be interested in a new bucket bag from Hermes. She wanted to see the real thing, so she quickly nodded. Let's go have a look at Hermes. The two of them walked to the Hermes flagship store and unexpectedly ran into Hu Xiaoheng's childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang. Xue Jingjiang had his own store on the 9th floor. He often shopped there, so it was natural to run into him. However, he had a worried expression on his face today. He was as excited to see Hu Xiaoheng as if he were the god of fortune. He quickly dragged Hu Xiaoheng to the 9th floor to talk. Gu Nianji saw this and said considerately, then I'll go to Hermes by myself and look for you guys on the 9th floor. Nianji, right? I remember you. Go to the Hermes flagship store and buy whatever you want. Tell them to put it under my name, Shui Jingjiang. Treat it as a Lunar New Year gift from me to little sister Nianji. Shui Jingjiang was very generous to Gu Nianji and was already calling her brother. That's not necessary. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. How can my people use your money? Okay. Shui Jingjiang was only being polite to Gu Nianji. Since Hua Xiaoheng had said so, he knew he didn't need money, so he didn't argue with him. It was almost the Lunar New Year anyway. He could just give Gu Nianji a big red packet and everything would be settled. He pulled Hua Xiaoheng along. Let's go upstairs and talk. Hua Xiaoheng remembered that he had promised Gu Nianji that he would spend the whole day with her. How could he leave her alone? He smiled and rejected Shui Jingjiang. What's the matter? I'm on vacation right now. Where should I go for the Lunar New Year? Shui Jingjiang said, Hua Xiao, my dear Hua Xiao, I beg you. I won't be able to enjoy the Lunar New Year if I don't talk to you today. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and insisted. I'm afraid I can't help you if it's urgent. If it's not, let's talk about it after the Lunar New Year. What do you think? Shui Jingjiang's matter was both urgent and not urgent. As long as he could find someone like Hua Xiaoheng to help him, everything would be fine. Shui Jingjiang let out a long sigh and nodded. All right, I understand. I'll visit you at your house after the Lunar New Year. Let's talk about it then. Although Hua Xiaoheng didn't return to the Huas on Lunar New Year's Eve, he had to take a day off from the 1st to the 15th. It would be best to meet him there. Okay, let me know in advance when you're going to visit. I'll wait for you at home. That's a good brother. Shui Jingjiang was overjoyed. He slapped Hua Xiaoheng on the shoulder. Okay. Then I won't hold you up. Go do what you need to do. Go do what you need to do. Shui Jingjiang was all smiles as he strode back to the 9th floor. He had been worried for almost a month. He had finally found someone who was capable and willing to help him solve his problems. When he returned to the 9th floor, he called his 2 partners. Okay, don't worry. I've contacted Hua Xiao. If Hua Xiao agrees, Gu Yanran won't refuse. After Hua Xiaoheng sent Shui Jingjiang off, he looked up to see that Gu Nianji had already reached the Hermes flagship store. She was about to enter. He followed her unhurriedly and heard Yin Shixiang's voice from behind. Hua Xiao. I've finally found you. Oh, where's Nianji? Yin Shixiang looked left and right behind him but didn't see Gu Nianji because she had already walked into the Hermes flagship store. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and turned to look at Yin Shixiang expressionlessly. Why are you here? And how did I discover you? According to the Special Operations Forces regulations, even if Hua Xiaoheng went out incognito, he would have all sorts of guards around him, both in the open and in the dark. Yin Shixiang was Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Personal secretaries usually couldn't interfere with his private time. Even if they had to take care of him, they had to follow him from afar and not let him discover them. But Yin Shixiang had not only let him discover him, but had also walked over to greet him. He was asking for it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. Although he didn't show any expression or movement, his gaze alone was enough to make Yin Shixiang want to die. But he had no choice. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Not only did it have to do with Hua Xiao's future, but it also had to do with Gu Nianji's lifelong happiness. No matter how weak his legs were, he couldn't back down from Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, where's Nianji? Yin Shixiang feigned a cheerful smile. I saw her just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Just now. When was that? Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin and scrutinized Yin Shixiang. What are you trying to say? Yin Shixiang was deathly afraid of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was his superior. No matter how he looked at it, Yin Shixiang couldn't disobey Hua Xiaoheng. He had to be loyal to him. This was his mission and duty as a soldier. But Gu Nianji had just turned 18, and he had also watched her grow up. Loyalty and love fought fiercely in Yin Shixiang's mind. In the end, loyalty won. He said to Hua Xiaoheng calmly, "Hua Xiao, I saw what happened between you and Nianji at the Nanqing shopping mall." Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. He turned and walked towards the Hermes flagship store. That's it. Hua Xiao, don't make things difficult for yourself. It's time for us to help you settle it. Yin Shixiang braced himself to show his loyalty. Nianji is young, and you're so outstanding. It's not strange for her to have such muddled thoughts. Don't spoil her too much. The more you spoil her, the worse it will be. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Why was Yin Shixiang's reaction different from what he had expected? I know that you let us see you outside today because you wanted us to help you. It's Nianji's fault for having such thoughts, but you have to understand her and forgive her. Don't make it too hard for her. Yin Shixiang tried his best to persuade him. Even he was touched. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless again. Don't go out with Nianji if something happens in the future. Don't give the little girl too much hope. It'll be easier to separate them in the future. Yin Shixiang nagged. He suddenly realized that he had the potential to be a nanny. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? Who's easier to separate? Nianji and I. Yes. Yin Shixiang slapped his thigh. You're so many years older than Nianji, and we still don't have a clue about her background. How can you be with her? Right? So many years older, so many years older, so many years older, that was a terrible thing to say. Hua Xiaoheng silently endured it. He didn't want to lower himself to Yin Shixiang's level. He only glared at him. What does it have to do with you? How does it have nothing to do with me? Yin Shixiang was about to shout. You're my superior. I also watched Nianji grow up. Of course I want you to be well. Stop it, Chief. Nianji doesn't know any better. Are you the same? You won't have a future if you're with her. You're saying, she won't pass the background check. Hua Xiaoheng tried to translate Yin Shixiang's words into something he could understand. Yin Shixiang froze. How did it get to the background check? Hua Xiaoheng looked at him. He didn't want to say it, but he knew that Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi truly treated Nianji like family. They were the two most important people in Nianji's life, so he casually mentioned, we already know the name of Nianji's father. We're currently investigating him. What? Yin Shixiang screamed. The passers-by were shocked. He quickly covered his mouth and lowered his voice to ask Hua Xiaoheng, you really found out the name of Nianji's father? If they even knew his name, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to find him? But even if they found Nianji's family and found out about her past, Hua Xiaoheng had watched her grow up. Hua Xiaoheng was her guardian. Even though the two of them got together after Gu Nianji became an adult, no matter how he looked at it, it would be used by his political enemies to attack him. It would be very detrimental to Hua Xiaoheng's future. Also, Yin Shixiang felt that the age difference between the two of them was too large. If a 3-year age gap was considered a generation gap, then Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had a 3 1/3 generation gap to cross. Yeah, I found it a few days ago. Because I was delayed by other things, I couldn't find the time to investigate. I'll start looking after it after the new year. Hua Xiaoheng said as he walked to the entrance of the Hermes flagship store. Not only were Hermes products famous for being expensive, but they were also famous for their hunger marketing. Money alone wasn't enough to buy things from there. Hermes employees were also famous for being snobbish and especially good at playing tricks. If you weren't on their VIP list and wanted to buy a classic bag from their store, it was really a classic case of spending money to get punished. They would first say that they were out of stock, then you would have to buy a bunch of random things in the store and get close to the employees. After half a year, they would finally give you a bag as if it was charity, and it wasn't free. It would range from tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it had to be paid in full. They didn't accept installments. Even then, it was like they were doing you a great favor. But despite such harsh conditions, there were still countless women chasing after Hermes bags on the blue planet. Even though most people wouldn't own a Hermes bag in their lifetime, because even if they could afford it, they might not sell it to them. Gu Nianji was currently faced with such a dilemma. Hu Xiaoheng had bought all her Hermes items for her, so she didn't think much when she came here. She thought it would be like Chanel, where she could buy it as long as she had the money. In the end, when she saw the classic pearl blue bucket bag, the smiling beautiful employee lied to her without blinking. "I'm sorry, miss, but this bag is out of stock." Gu Nianji pointed at the pearl blue bucket bag in the display case and asked incredulously, "Isn't there one over there?" "That one." The beautiful employee didn't even blink. "That one was reserved. It's the last one in our store." Gu Nianji was speechless. Fine, if that was the case, she wouldn't force it. Gu Nianji reluctantly looked at the bucket bag again and whispered, "Will you still have a bucket bag like this one?" The beautiful employee smiled but didn't say anything. She stood behind the counter with dignity, her eyes already looking in the direction of the door. Gu Nianji really liked the bucket bag, so even though the employee was ignoring her, she still braced herself and said, "Then if you restock in the future, can you let me know in advance? I can reserve it and even put down a deposit." The beautiful shop assistant glanced at her, smiled, and still had a non-committal look on her face. Gu Nianji really didn't expect that selling something would make this woman feel superior. Humph. Isn't it just a bag? It's like food during the end of the world, you won't die even if you don't have it. It's not like it's a necessity. Gu Nianji silently complained in her heart and turned to leave. Nianji. Yin Shixiang saw her come out and quickly came over to greet her. "Hey, what's going on? Who made you unhappy?" "Brother Xiong. Why are you here?" Gu Nianji looked up to see Yin Shixiang and couldn't help looking at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his leather pockets and said dryly, "There's no shopping cart here, so Big Xiong came to help us carry things." "Carry things. Carry things. Carry things." Yin Shixiang instantly wanted to cry. He was also a dignified lieutenant colonel, but he was reduced to a servant carrying things for others, but he couldn't argue. He couldn't tell Gu Nianji, "Nianji, I'm here to watch over you and not let you continue pestering Hu Xiao." It was the 8th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words long. Chapter 320. Gu Nianji could only smile at Yin Shixiang's question and spread her hands. "Then Brother Xiong will be disappointed. I don't have anything for you to carry. I want to buy it, but they won't sell it." She looked back at the Hermes flagship store and shook her head regretfully. "What do you want to buy?" Hu Xiaoheng noticed that Gu Nianji was still carrying a Chanel bag and not a Hermes bag. "Are they out of stock? How about we go to the main Hermes store in Europe?" Gu Nianji shrugged and was a bit unhappy. "They won't sell it to you even if they have it. It's the same at the main store." "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang knew Gu Nianji wasn't someone who liked to throw tantrums, so there had to be a reason for her behavior. Gu Nianji glanced at the Hermes flagship store behind her. "Here, I just like their new pearlescent blue bucket bag this year. There's only one left and it's in the display case. They said someone reserved it." "Forget it. I asked her if I could make a reservation, or even a deposit. She said that she would inform me when the stock was available, but she ignored me. She had to admit that the store was bullying its customers to this extent. Hu Xiaoheng understood and pressed a hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder, pearlescent blue bucket bag. I'll go take a look. Hu Xiaoheng walked towards the Hermes flagship store. The eyes of the beautiful shop assistant who had ignored Gu Nianji earlier suddenly lit up. She walked up to the door and asked a tall, handsome man wearing sunglasses, "Sir, how may I help you?" Hu Xiaoheng stood in the middle of the store and glanced around the Hermes flagship store without batting an eyelid. He pointed at the pearl blue bucket bag in the display case and asked, "Do you have this color bag in stock?" "We don't have it in stock, but we do." The beautiful employee was about to offer some other Hermes items like belts and scarves for Hu Xiaoheng to buy when Hu Xiaoheng pulled out an ordinary-looking card and waved it in front of the employee. "Do you have it in stock?" Hermes Global Celebrity VIP card. This wasn't a normal VIP card. The main Hermes store in Europe distributed less than 100 of these cards globally. He didn't expect someone from the Hua Xia Empire to have such a card. The beautiful shop assistant felt her blood boil and immediately said respectfully, "We have it in stock." "Do you want it?" "How many?" The beautiful shop assistant choked and hurriedly went to check the inventory list. She then trotted over and said attentively, "Including the items in the display cabinet, there are a total of 4. Isn't this reserved?" Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in the pockets of his leather coat and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the pearl blue bucket bag in the display case. The design of this bag was very simple, and the workmanship was fine. It was simple yet interesting, and the style was new. It was not like the famous Hermes platinum bag, which had cheap knockoffs. No, there's no reservation. The beautiful shop assistant made it very clear. "Do you want one?" "I'll take all 4, Hu Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. "Including this showpiece." "Do you want all of them to be the same color?" The beautiful shop assistant asked worriedly. "Yeah." Hu Xiaoheng didn't turn around. The beautiful shop assistant didn't have a choice. "Please wait, sir. I'll go get the bag for you." As she spoke, she immediately took the showpiece out of the display case and brought it to the storage room in the back. She checked all 4 pearl blue bucket bags and put them in a dustproof bag after confirming that there were no flaws. She then put them in a Hermes paper bag. "May I know your name, sir?" The beautiful shop assistant walked out from the back with 4 Hermes paper bags. "These are the Hermes pearl blue bucket bags you wanted. There are 4 of them in total, and they're the only 4 in the entire country." She then tried to persuade Hu Xiaoheng. "But why did you buy 4 identical bucket bags? We also have bucket bags in other colors, and they're all very pretty, like coral red, peach pink. For women's bags, the brighter the smaller ones were, the more elegant the bigger ones were, the easier it was to match and not stain the eyes." This was common sense. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't care about this. He directly handed the card to the shop assistant. "I'll sign the bill." The shop assistant was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her whole body trembled as she took the card. If the special VIP card had only surprised her, then the bill signing was even more shocking. Hermes never took credit, but there was a list of people who could sign the bill. There were less than 10 people on it, and all 10 of them didn't have names, only code numbers. In this list, Hu Xiaoheng's code number was 6. This meant that the man in front of her was not only very rich, but also the most powerful of the powerful. The executive manager, store manager, and others swarmed out of the flagship store and greeted Hu Xiaoheng respectfully. The beautiful shop assistant's eyes immediately became fiery. It was as if she had a hook growing out of it. She wanted nothing more than to hook Hu Xiaoheng's gaze. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at her. With a serious expression, he signed the bill with a pen and turned to wave at Gu Nianji, who was outside the door. Gu Nianji ran in happily and beamed at the 4 paper bags in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. Here you go. Hua Xiaoheng handed the 4 Hermes paper bags to her. I bought 4 pearl blue bucket bags. Are they enough? Gu Nianji was speechless. Why did he buy 4? Just 1 was enough, right? Gu Nianji wisely didn't ask anything. She only looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously as she took the 4 Hermes paper bags. The beautiful shop assistant next to her immediately recognized Gu Nianji as the young girl she had chased away with no stock. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else, nor did he say anything to humiliate her. He simply took the paper bags from Gu Nianji and held her hand. He didn't look at anyone and walked out the door as if nothing had happened. This kind of silent contempt was actually more shameful than a verbal attack. The beautiful shop assistant's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. As soon as they left, the managers of the Hermes flagship store began to educate their employees. Remember the card in that man's hand. If you see anyone with such a card in the future, you must immediately report it to the higher-ups. Also, if a customer asks if they have stock, you must carefully deal with them before you figure out their identity. You must not ignore them. It would be terrible if a situation like today happened again. The managers could only hope that the man who had just left wouldn't hold it against them. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to fire the shop assistant. The beautiful shop assistant who had been smiling but not speaking was now depressed and could only cry but not speak. Walking out of the Hermes flagship store, Hua Xiaoheng tossed the large and small paper bags in his hands to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang was there to carry the bags, so he could only accept it with a smile. The paper bags weren't heavy anyway. Yin Shixiang took the opportunity to talk to Gu Nianji. Nianji, what did you buy? Gu Nianji pointed to the Chanel paper bag. This is a Lunar New Year gift for Auntie Song. Hua Xiao just bought those 2 for me. She smiled and asked Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, why did you buy 4 identical bucket bags? I thought you didn't like to have the same stock. Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. I bought all the bucket bags in this color. No one will have the same stock as you. Gu Nianji. That was 2F** King heroic, alright. Gu Nianji's eyes burned even more. Although it was broad daylight, she wanted to throw herself at Hua Xiaoheng and kiss him. However, with Yin Shixiang glaring at her, she was too embarrassed to show off her affection in front of someone she knew. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Where else are we going? I still have gifts to buy. Gu Nianji quickly replied. Where will Brother Xiong spend the New Year this year? I want to buy gifts for Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, my 3 college roommates, and Senior Huang from the B University Law faculty. Actually, Gu Nianji didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng's family and relatives. Yin Shixiang quickly said, I'm not going home this year. I'll spend the New Year here with you guys. He thought about it and said, Little Zhe isn't going home for the New Year either. We're going to have a good time this year. Yin Shixiang walked on the other side of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and walked in the middle. She had already decided what she wanted to buy, so she went straight to the remaining stores. She bought ties, belts, cashmere scarves, gloves, and the new IPAD Mini and IPAD Air. She bought a lot of everything. In the end, even Hua Xiaoheng's hands were filled with shopping bags of all sizes. No matter how capable Yin Shixiang was, he only had 2 hands. He really couldn't carry it all. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the time again. Do you want to go for lunch? It was actually past 3 in the afternoon, so they could go back and have New Year's dinner. Gu Nianji shook her head. I'm not hungry. She then asked Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang, are you guys hungry? Yin Shixiang also shook his head. I bought a pizza over there when you went shopping. Hu Xiaoheng said directly, I'm not hungry. Then let's go back and eat something good. Gu Nianji remembered the fresh lotus root she bought and announced, I want to eat lotus root stewed with pork ribs. Then let's go back. Hu Xiaoheng gestured for them to walk towards the elevator. Yin Shixiang looked at the things in his hands and said, Nianji, you really know how to spend money. These things are enough to pay for a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment in the 4th Ring Road. Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. She murmured to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, I'm borrowing these from you. I'll return them to you when I go back to school. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and shook Gu Nianji's hand. You earned this yourself. You don't have to return it to me. Oh. I earned it. Gu Nianji was very happy. I can earn this much just from a lawsuit. Then won't I be able to buy a house soon? Why do you want to buy a house? Hu Xiaoheng asked calmly. The elevator doors opened, and the three of them went straight down to the underground parking lot. Gu Nianji took advantage of Yin Shixiang's inattention to smile at Hu Xiaoheng. I want to buy a house and marry a handsome guy. Handsome, do you want to come home with me? Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and smiled. He pinched the tip of her ear. You're even making fun of me. Nianji, you're getting bold. You spoiled me. I'm happy. Gu Nianji hugged Hu Xiaoheng's arm and swayed it from side to side. Yin Shixiang turned around and saw it. He felt his eyelids twitch. He couldn't help coughing. He said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, we're outside. Be careful of your image. What image? Gu Nianji was unhappy. I didn't do anything disgraceful or shameless. Am I right, Hu Xiao? Hu Xiaoheng grunted but still pulled his arm out of Gu Nianji's embrace. He straightened up and ignored her. Yin Shixiang sighed inwardly and braced himself to stand between Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. He separated them and tried to talk to Gu Nianji. Nianji wants to buy a house. You're buying it in the imperial capital, right? Didn't Hu Xiao give you a house in Sea City? Gu Nianji thought of the penthouse and the days she lived with Hu Xiaoheng. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for her to reminisce for a long time. She nodded. Yes, he gave it to me. But how can I live alone in Sea City when you're staying in the imperial capital? Right, Hu Xiao? Hu Xiaoheng thought it was all nonsense, so he didn't say anything. Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang were both very talkative. When the two of them met, no one else would speak. Hu Xiaoheng was already used to it. But when he heard Hu Xiaoheng's silence, Yin Shixiang was even more convinced that Zhao Liang's analysis was correct. It seemed like the falling flowers had feelings for each other, but the heartless stream had no feelings for each other. How could a man like Hu Xiaoheng, at his age and with his status, be interested in a young girl like Gu Nianji? Yin Shixiang felt that he hadn't misjudged him. Hu Xiao was upright, so he was immediately happy. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng just didn't want to talk out of habit. If he didn't agree, he would definitely object, so she was even happier. Yin Shixiang and Gu Nianji became even more excited and started chatting non-stop. But because the two of them had completely opposite thoughts, they always talked in completely different directions. Gu Nianji frowned a few times. What was wrong with Brother Xiong today? He was always hitting her. Hu Xiaoheng listened to them and didn't think it was a big deal. He was thinking about the work he would be doing after the new year, such as the military restarting the experiment investigation. Although he was one of the leaders of the investigation team, many things couldn't be decided by him alone. He also had to investigate the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangguan. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji's radiant face from time to time, and his lips curled into a smile that he didn't even notice. Soon, the elevator dinged and reached the ground floor. The three of them came out of the elevator and found Hu Xiaoheng's car. In Shixiang put the paper bags in the trunk and said, Nianji, do you want to take Brother Xiong's car? No. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. I'll take Hua Xiao's car. Hua Xiaoheng glared at In Shixiang. Take your car and stop being so wishy-washy. In Shixiang really wanted to cry a hero's tears. Who did he offend? How dare he call him wishy-washy? Gu Nianji smiled as she got into Hua Xiaoheng's car. She was a bit embarrassed at first, so she didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have the habit of starting a conversation, so the car was silent until they reached the highway. Gu Nianji finally complained to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, don't you think Brother Xiong is acting weird today? Hua Xiaoheng drove calmly. Maybe it's his period, so he's being awkward. Pfft. Gu Nianji laughed so hard she almost hiccuped. Her mood miraculously improved. She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng's handsome profile. I didn't think Hua Xiao's dry humor could be so deadly. Deadly how? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her indifferently. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised. Although they weren't peach blossom eyes like He Jichu's, they were clear and deep. They could completely electrocute someone when they occasionally gave off an electric current. I'm dying of laughter. Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't it deadly? Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up imperceptibly. He skillfully changed lanes on the highway and changed the topic. We'll probably be preparing for New Year's Eve dinner when we get back. Go shower first. I need to go to the office. Gu Nianji agreed. She gradually recovered her liveliness and chatter. She chatted happily in the car. Hua Xiaoheng only needed to occasionally reply with a few, okay, and oh. Although she was very attached to Hua Xiaoheng, she really didn't need him to take care of her too much. She would be satisfied as long as she stayed by his side. She didn't need him to coax her. She would coax herself. Maybe all she wanted was companionship. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help reaching out to stroke Gu Nianji's hair. Still not tired. Not tired at all. Gu Nianji showed Hua Xiaoheng the muscles on her arms. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only flexed his arms. His incomparably strong and well-defined muscles were exposed under his leather jacket. They almost burst the sleeves of his leather jacket. Gu Nianji looked at his muscles, and then at her own slender arms and legs. She decisively withdrew her hands and puffed out her chest. You want to compare size? Who's afraid of who? From the corner of his eye, Hua Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji's defiant expression and puffed out chest. He couldn't help but smile. This time, it was a real smile. The smile on his lips bloomed and spread to his handsome, indifferent face. It was a flower of hope that bloomed in despair. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. If they weren't in the car, she really would have pounced on him and eaten Hua Xiaoheng. With a beautiful man in front of her, it was already very good to be able to resist not making a move. It was a piece of cake to be moved. Let it move. Gu Nianji's eyes were glued to Hua Xiaoheng's face the entire way. Hua Xiaoheng occasionally turned to look at her, and his mood became better and better. When the two cars arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces one after another, it was already 5 in the afternoon. It was 5 in the afternoon on New Year's Eve in the imperial capital. The sky was already completely dark. The weather was very cold, but the night sky was clear. There was no possibility of snow. The cold, dry wind blew wildly, and the fallen leaves on the ground had long been swept away. However, there was a thick liveliness in the air. This was the wonderful mood of hundreds of millions of people celebrating a festival together. Gu Nianji saw the brightly lit official residence gradually appear in front of her eyes. She sighed softly. She had only lived here for a few days, but she actually felt like she had lived here for a lifetime. She clenched her fists. She must work hard to become someone who could live here with Hu Xiaoheng for the rest of her life. This was the 9th chapter. There was still the last chapter. There were 10 chapters today, and each chapter was 5,000 words. There were 50,000 words in total. Dear friends, remember to vote monthly and recommendation. Chapter 321. Hu Xiaoheng parked the car in front of the large iron gates of the official residence. The sentinel standing guard at the gate saluted him. As soon as Gu Nianji got out of the car, she shrank back from the cold wind that blew against her face. It was really too cold, but it was still warm in the car. It was like March in the spring, but when they came out, it was the middle of winter. Hu Xiaoheng got out from the other side of the car with his cashmere scarf in his hand. He walked over to Gu Nianji and wrapped it around her tightly. In order to look good, Gu Nianji only wore a Hermes scarf around her neck. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Hu Xiaoheng's warm cashmere scarf wrapped around her neck was like his warm embrace, always following her like a shadow. Gu Nianji stroked the scarf and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's neck. She quickly said, "Hu Xiao, aren't you cold? Let's go in quickly." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. "You call that cold? I can even wear a thin shirt." Back then, when he went out for a mission, he once hid on the roof of a church in Moscow at -50°C for an entire night, wearing only a leather jacket. Yin Shixiang had already caught up to them and parked his car behind them. He jumped out of the car and shouted, "I finally caught up to you. Ha! Why don't you go in?" Hu Xiaoheng used the car key to remotely open the trunk and glanced at Yin Shixiang. "I'll leave it to you." He nodded at Gu Nianji. "You go in first. I need to go to the office to do something." Gu Nianji waved at him. "Come back soon, Hu Xiao." Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng had left, Yin Shixiang glared at Gu Nianji with a look of disapproval. "Nianji, come over here. Help me carry a few paper bags." The happiness in Gu Nianji's heart melted like snow under the sun when Yin Shixiang looked at her. She pursed her lips and walked over to help him pick up the Chanel bags. "Brother Xiong, I heard that you're on your period. That's why you're picking on me." Ba, ba, ba. Yin Shixiang was furious. He almost rolled up his sleeves and started a fight with Gu Nianji. "Who did you hear that? Who did you hear that from? Tell him to come out and fight me one-on-one. His grandfather's hero. He even dared to make fun of him. Let's see if he doesn't teach him a lesson." Gu Nianji turned her head in amusement and gestured in the direction of Hu Xiaoheng's departure. "Here, I heard it from him." "Who is he?" "He." Yin Shixiang looked in the direction Gu Nianji was pointing at and was about to stomp his feet. When he saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng, he was like a balloon that had been popped by a needle. Gu Nianji had finally won. She made a face at him proudly and walked through the iron gates with the paper bag in hand. She was even humming an unknown song. Yin Shixiang looked at her lively and cute appearance and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile, but he quickly realized that it was wrong. He couldn't indulge her like this. What needed to be said had to be said, and all the education needed had to be kept up. Although he spoiled her, he had to be reasonable. "I can't spoil a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Hu Xiao spoiled her too much. He gave her whatever she wanted. Now that Nianji himself wanted it, he couldn't bear to reject her. Yin Shixiang vaguely felt that Hu Xiao, who spoiled Gu Nianji unconditionally, wasn't like his style of dealing with people. But he didn't think too deeply about why it was like this. Or rather, he subconsciously didn't dare to think too deeply. From their perspective, Hu Xiao had to be right. If he was wrong, it had to be someone else's fault. Even if that person was Gu Nianji, Yin Shixiang sighed deeply again. Why couldn't this brat like someone else? He, Brother Xiong, was also a handsome and talented young man. There was also little Zhe, who was even more handsome and elegant. There were also many women who were interested in them, yet she treated them like family and had other feelings for Hu Xiao. Pft, pft, pft. What a biased little girl. She had bad taste. In fact, he knew that although Gu Nianji's background was unknown, if the person she liked wasn't Hu Xiaoheng, they definitely wouldn't object. In fact, they would do their best to help her pursue that person. Only Hu Xiaoheng couldn't. He was their hope and their glory. They wouldn't allow any stain to exist on their idol and symbol. Even if the Special Operations Forces could accept Gu Nianji, after all, they had watched her grow up and had a relationship with her, the rest of the military would never accept her. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze knew better than anyone else how much hope the old men of the Military Supreme Council had for Hu Xiaoheng. What if they found out about Gu Nianji's silly thoughts? Yin Shixiang couldn't help but shiver. He had been so hot that he felt dry, but now his entire body was cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold winds of winter in the imperial capital really lived up to their reputation. It was New Year's Eve when Hu Xiaoheng arrived at his office building. There were only staff on duty in the building. Most people had gone home for the new year. In the empty hallway, the sound of Hu Xiaoheng's leather boots was very bright. He came out of the elevator and arrived at his office door. He saw only Zhao Liangze standing at the door in the huge office and saluting him with a serious expression. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at him. It's time for New Year's Eve dinner. You can go back first. He opened the door and entered. Just as he was about to close the door, Zhao Liangze stuck a foot out and blocked the gap. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, I have something to say. Come in then. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and let go of him. He walked to his desk and sat down. Zhao Liangze reached out to the wall beside the door and turned on the lights in the room. He didn't turn on the main lights. He only turned on the floor lamp behind Hu Xiaoheng. The color of the lamp was also a warm yellow. It was very similar to the night light in Gu Nianji's bedroom. Zhao Liangze walked to Hu Xiaoheng's desk and stood still. His mind raced for a way to speak. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him calmly and sat leisurely on the office chair. His long legs stretched out in front of him and his arms rested on the armrests. He waited quietly for Zhao Liangze to speak. The pressure of silence was unparalleled. When you couldn't hear anything, your thoughts and senses would magnify all your feelings to infinity, whether it was joy or fear. Therefore, the most powerful way to extort a confession wasn't to torture. It was to lock the suspect up in a small, dark room where they couldn't see the light of day or hear a sound. It was absolutely silent. 2 hours was enough to drive a person to the wall, let alone a few days. Zhao Liangze felt like he was in a small, dark room that was absolutely silent. He took a deep breath and said to Hu Xiaoheng in one breath, Hu Xiao, I've erased the images of you and Gu Nianji outside today from the central control. I've erased it completely. No one will ever see it. It was this matter again. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Zhao Liangze. Why did you erase it? You better give me a reasonable reason. Hu Xiao, Nianji is young and doesn't know any better. Please be more tolerant. Zhao Liangze gritted his teeth. His legs were trembling. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze was too frightening. Zhao Liangze was more timid than Yin Shixiang and couldn't take a beating as well. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng as if he really wanted to hit someone. I've always been very tolerant. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was still calm. What are you trying to say? Then don't be too tolerant. Zhao Liangze mustered his courage and shouted with his eyes almost closed. You're so good to Nianji, how can the little girl take it? Isn't it natural for her to like you? But you don't like her, and you can't be with her, so don't give her any more hope. The greatest pain in the world wasn't getting what you wanted, but getting it and losing it. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He didn't change his posture in the office chair, but his hands were clenched into fists where Zhao Liangzi couldn't see. He actually had the same opinion as Yin Shixiang. They both thought he and Ninji wouldn't work out together. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in the habit of explaining things to people. It was fine as long as you understood his actions, but it didn't matter if you didn't understand, as long as you carried out his orders. He was a major general in the military and a commander, not a kindergarten teacher. He didn't have the responsibility of teaching and explaining to his subordinates. He had probably exhausted all his patience with Gu Nianji in this lifetime. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and said dryly, "Got it. Get out." Zhao Liangzi almost lost his balance when he heard this. His legs trembled and he almost fell onto Hua Xiaoheng's desk. "Hua Xiao, you really got it?" "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and opened a program with a calm expression. He said to Zhao Liangzi, "If you don't want to get out, help me find someone from the National Household Registration and Identification System." "No problem." "Who?" Zhao Liangzi saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to be angry, and he finally calmed down. He quickly worked hard to show his loyalty. "I'm looking for someone named Gu Xiangwen." Hua Xiaoheng wrote the name on the paper. His handwriting was strong and forceful. He was a very steady and reliable man. Zhao Liangzi felt bad for Nianji for a long time. He was such a good man. Too bad he wasn't Nianji's, Gu Xiangwen. Zhao Liangzi took the note and looked at it. He turned to walk out and asked casually, "No problem. Who's looking for him?" Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him. "It's the name of Nianji's father." "Nianji's father? What? Nianji's father?" "Hua Xiao, you found out about Nianji's background." Zhao Liangzi turned around abruptly and rushed to Hua Xiaoheng's desk. "Is this true?" "We'll have to find this person and do a DNA test to know whether it's true or not," Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly. "Go now. We still have to go back for New Year's dinner tonight." "Roger, Chief." Zhao Liangzi's conflicted mood instantly improved. He walked out briskly and closed the office door for Hua Xiaoheng. He hummed a tune as he went to his computer to search for Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng waited until his office door was closed before looking up from behind the computer. He looked in the direction of the main door and picked up his phone to call the kitchen of his official residence. "Yes, Nianji wants stewed ribs with lotus root. Remember to make it for her." In Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, Gu Nianji brought her spoils of war from the day back to her room. She had to carefully wrap it up and write some greeting cards before sending it out. In the kitchen downstairs, 7 or 8 cooks and orderlies were busily preparing for New Year's dinner. This was their chief's first New Year's dinner in the new official residence. They had to perform well. The chief had specifically called to tell them to make stewed ribs with lotus root, so they immediately started preparing it. Stewed ribs with lotus root wasn't a test of the chef's skills, but the ingredients. Only the freshest lotus root and the most tender ribs could create the texture of this dish. They had the best special pork in their freezer, so they naturally had spare ribs. However, they didn't have fresh lotus root. Frozen lotus root tasted a bit dry after thawing and didn't taste good. Today, the chief had bought some fresh lotus root from outside, but it wasn't special, so it wasn't easy to make it for the chief. After some discussion, they made an urgent call to the Special Operations Base to have them send some fresh lotus root over. The Special Operations Base had a pond specifically for growing lotus roots. Lotus root was a necessity, so it wasn't hard to find. They immediately went down to the pond to dig up fresh lotus root. Then, they drove quickly to the Special Operations Forces headquarters in half an hour. If they were any further away, they would have had to use a helicopter. Gu Nianji didn't know how much effort Hu Xiaoheng had put into making her stewed ribs with lotus root, but Yin Shixiang knew. He walked to the official residence's kitchen with his hands behind his back. He watched as the fresh and tender lotus roots were chopped into hob cubes, which were then tossed into the broth before being placed into the fragrant pork rib soup to continue stewing. Before the call, the orderlies and cooks had already cleaned up the spare ribs, removed the froth, and boiled them over low heat. When the fresh lotus root was delivered half an hour later, the spare ribs were almost done. Stewing fresh lotus root was easy, and the special supply base's lotus root was of the best quality and had the softest texture. Therefore, it didn't take long to stew. As soon as the casserole was opened, a delicious aroma wafted over. Everyone in the kitchen was laughing. Yin Shixiang also chuckled. If Hu Xiao continued to spoil her like this, even if they broke up in the future, would Nianji still be able to live with someone else? It was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He walked out of the kitchen and looked at the staircase on both sides of the living room. After some thought, he still walked up. Nianji. Yin Shixiang knocked on Gu Nianji's door. It's me, Brother Xiong. Gu Nianji had just finished showering and was wearing a pink bathrobe to open the door with her hair wrapped up. Yin Shixiang froze. Showering. Hurry up and change. How can I meet people dressed like this? Gu Nianji looked at her bathrobe that covered her from head to toe and smiled. Brother Xiong isn't an outsider. Please sit, I'll go change. Yin Shixiang walked in and sat in her living room. He looked around. This was his first time in Gu Nianji's suite. As soon as he entered, he saw a square living room with an exquisite sofa in the middle of the room. The sofa was very wide, and two people could sleep side by side on it without crowding. It felt very sturdy and strong when sitting on it. It wasn't the kind of soft sofa that would collapse as soon as you sat on it. It was obviously very high quality and expensive. It didn't even have a logo, so it must have been custom-made. On the south wall facing the door was a cherry wood table with a pot of orchid on it. On the east side were rows of bookshelves that were made to look like treasure rooms. In addition to books of all sizes, there were also some decorations. Most of the decorations were warm porcelain with vibrant colors like coral pink, aqua green, and sapphire blue. The shapes were simple and elegant. Bowls, plates, and cups were placed in every corner of the bookshelves. They were the famous macaron color, and he didn't know which dynasty they were from. Although Yin Shixiang didn't know much about these things, he knew that Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't have allowed someone to put counterfeits in Gu Nianji's room. Thinking about it, he felt uncomfortable sitting there again. Gu Nianji changed her clothes and came out. Because it was New Year's, she purposely chose a bright red checkerboard cashmere sweater with cropped sleeves. Her collarbones were slightly exposed, and her slender wrists were even more alluring. However, her wrists were bare, and she didn't wear any bracelets or bracelets. Her pants were cropped pants, a mix of black cashmere and wool. Her delicate ankles were exposed, and she wore a pair of fluffy white slippers. She sat in front of Yin Shixiang. Her hair was still a bit wet because Yin Shixiang was sitting there. She didn't use a hairdryer to dry her hair, but used a large towel to continuously dry it. Yin Shixiang saw this and walked behind the sofa to say to Gu Nianji, "Let me dry it for you." When he was with Gu Nianji in the United States, Yin Shixiang had dried her hair more than once, so he could be considered an experienced worker. Gu Nianji took a longan from the coffee table in front of her and opened it. Raising her hand, she offered it to Yin Shixiang. "Brother Xiong, eat this." Yin Shixiang opened his mouth and took it. He didn't touch Gu Nianji's fingers at all. He mumbled, "Thank you. Brother Xiong, you don't have to be so polite with me." Gu Nianji smiled brightly. She was in a great mood. "I didn't take your sarcastic words at Sion Square to heart." Yin Shixiang almost smiled wryly. Nianji, I won't blame you if you're not happy. Brother Xiong, don't say that. Who are we? Being able to argue is considered a good relationship, right? Treating each other like guests is just a polite saying. The truth is, treating each other like ice. Gu Nianji plucked a longan for herself and put it in her mouth. The sweet fruit nourished her taste buds, and she almost meowed and curled up comfortably. It's good that you know. Yin Shixiang sighed. He kept drying Gu Nianji's hair, but he didn't know where to start. The room was quiet for a while, and Gu Nianji felt even more strange. There was never an awkward silence when she and Yin Shixiang were there. I wonder what kind of delicious dishes will be served for New Year's Eve dinner tonight. Gu Nianji could only say, and Brother Zhe, shouldn't he be home for New Year's this year? Why isn't he leaving? I remember he was at the base last year, and Brother Xiong went home. Yin Shixiang could finally speak now that Zhao Liangzi was mentioned. He didn't hesitate to sell Zhao Liangzi's little secret. Little Zhe. He didn't want to go home himself. Once he got home, his family urged him to get married and forced him to go on all kinds of blind dates. He was miserable, so he could only find an excuse not to go home. Gu Nianji was amused. Oh. Brother Zhe still needs blind dates. If a man like him goes out, girls will throw themselves at him in droves, okay? This was the last night watch and the 10th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Dear friends, remember to vote monthly and recommendation. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.